Now I'm going to start again with another guitar. This time, it's an Ibanez GS 18110028, something. Yeah. Anyway, it's a budget Ibanez, and this is the next one on the bench for Mark. And we haven't had a lot of luck previously, because each time we've tried to get a guitar together for Mark, we've ended up with something that doesn't work. But that's because twice we've chosen Harley Bentons into the mix, so we paid the price. Now, what I'm interested in first of all on this guitar, with this guitar, is I just want to make sure the tremolo works. So we can see a couple of things here, like the pickups work, which is cool. And once I get this very long threaded bar out, we're just going to do a quick check. Okay, just bog standard. Okay, so what I'm going to do, right, just stop waffling. This guitar is in for some kind of unusual work, really, for a brand new guitar. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to refret it from the outset with stainless steel fret wire for Mark, and what's going to set it up, and then when it gets to him, oh sorry, what else I'm going to do is I'm going to fit stainless steel inserts, bolts and inserts. Oh, I can't even, which way am I going? Don't worry about that being out of tune, because it's left-handed and I can't make it go in tune yet. So anyway, the point about this is going to take this guitar, refret it, do a setup on it, and at the same time switch out these, which are actually pretty good. Switch these out for locking screws, bolts, and threaded inserts. So it's going to strengthen up the neck connection, and we're also going to have stainless steel frets as well, which shouldn't be too difficult a job. Well, it's stainless steel, but it shouldn't be too difficult a job on this guitar, which is all one radius, so it's kind of better than it being multiple. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I want to make sure that before we go anywhere else, that this guitar, that the tremolo works and returns to pitch. Now, this is a problem that we've had on the previous two, well, sorry, at least on one of them. The first Harley Benton went back. It was the Fusion model, and not a cheap guitar by any means. The first that went back because it came with the neck massively back bowed, and although a truss rod adjustment did cure that, neither Mark or I were confident in whether it would stay stable after that, and if it, we couldn't really work out if it had gone that way after being sent out with a decent playing action, in which case the neck was changing very rapidly, or whether or not it had gone out like that and just completely missed quality control. But the explanation for why it might have gone out like that didn't really add up, so it just wasn't confidence inspiring. Anyway, Mark took a replacement from Harley Benton, sorry, Thomann, and it was another of the same guitar, and we had a go at that. But the problem with that is that the tremolo didn't return to pitch, so I just recommended that it just wasn't worth playing games with. If it doesn't return to pitch, why go through all that setup investment only to find that it's not going to behave once you get there. So that went back, and Mark got a refund and bought this Ibanez. Now it's a budget Ibanez, there's no doubt about it. It's not it's not fantastically beautiful and precise, but it's actually not a bad basic start point for modifying, and that's what we're kind of going to do. And that's also what Mark's going to do when he gets it back, because I think he's a bit of an electronics whiz, and I think he's going to have no problem at all upgrading the pickups when he gets it back. So meanwhile, I'm going to go back and use the thing. Now what I'm doing here to test the trem is I'm not really doing a very detailed setup, so I don't really care about how much the play is going backwards at the moment, so I'm sort of cheating a bit. Now this isn't accurate, but do for a start. So I'm not too bothered about how much it's tilting at the moment. We can set that up precisely later on, but right now all I'm interested in is just getting it to pitch, and then we can do a bit of testing. Of course, it'll keep changing because it's got to reach equilibrium. So the reason I'm just trying to get this roughly to pitch, and the action is very high at the moment with this floating. So that's okay. We may, yeah, we've got quite a lot of adjustment left in the saddles. So I'm just trying to stabilise the tuning for a minute, because I want to be able to listen out for the action, or the way the tremolo is working. Now it's too far up, but so let's just give it a go on one of these strings. Not very encouraging to begin with. Let's set this back down a bit. So there's a bit of fiddling really, but I'm just trying to get a bit of, roughly into tune. That's actually better than, notwithstanding the fact that strings are still stretching out and stuff, I'm happy with that. That's actually working. I can hear it returns to tune better than the Harley Benton one did, and that was a 2-point floating trem, and this is a 2-point floating trem. So yeah, it's good to see something that works the way it should. So that aside, what I'm going to do now is to take off the tremolo, and we're going to go pretty much straight into pulling this beastie apart, which is a strange thing to do to something that's brand new, and it always feels a bit odd. So first things first, happy with that, I can live with that. So we're going to let it all slacken off. This is going to sit back on the deck, and then we're going to take all this off. Now these strings are brand new, well, they're new out of the shop or whatever, so it makes sense to keep them, and I'll keep them as a sacrificial set for the first setup, or for the setup part when I've done the refret. So for the next bit of activities, the neck's going to be off for most of the time, because we're going to do quite a lot of work to that, along with obviously fret leveling, refretting, followed by doing the neck bolts and threaded inserts. Now at the moment what I don't have, I'm not entirely sure if the inserts I have match particularly well with these what do they call them, ferrules that are on the back of this thing, because this was all, I bought the stainless steel inserts and whatnot, well, with the other guitar in mind, so things have changed a bit, so they may or may not match and work perfectly, but hey. Okay, so here we have all the strings off, and I'm going to, off camera in a minute, I'm going to just straighten these out before I take them off, because then I can reuse them. So the first thing I'm going to do is just switch to the right screwdriver. I'm going to take these out, just have a feel. They're quite snugly in. Make sure the neck's supported. Yeah, that is very snug. At which point I'm going to now switch to the quicker thing. Now, if these ferrules are worth using again, then I can also drill them out if needs be, to make them work if I need to with the bolts that I've got. And I've gone with a certain gauge. I'll show you now. Often when you go to, if you go to a guitar supplies place and you buy a set, okay, they aren't glued in, are they? You buy a set of a little bit of a shim there for the time being. Yeah, when you go and buy a set of these neck bolt things, I'm gonna have to go. Oh, damn, I hate that. What was I going to say? When you buy neck bolts, yeah, they often, the type that go sold for guitars tend to be very narrow. Floating bits. Oh, loads of broken things, but no, it's a string. It's kind of good to do once in a while. So I'm going to have to do a proper search on there now, because these have disappeared out of reach for a minute, which is totally annoying. So two of them have gone out there. Well, there's one anyway. I missed it the first time round. The other one, yeah, there's the other one. Yeah, this is magnetic stick. Stick with a big magnet on the end. You can't go wrong with it. Yeah, so they often give you these sell you these very spindly little bolts to go with threaded inserts, and they're all nice and thin, and they all kind of work out a little bit thinner than that usually. However, the problem with those, as I've found out before in the past, I don't know if I can find one here to demonstrate the point. problem can be with those, I can find one that looks the part. There you go. There's a typical one I bought in a set before. Is you get an incredibly small hex key fitting at the end. Now the reason you tend to buy these is because you want to put a bit more force into the joint and keep it more secure. And so what I'm really interested in is a hex key fitting of a decent size, which is going to guarantee you to get some proper solid fixing. And I do that on I've done it on a lot of guitars. I'll give you an example of one over here. It's waiting to be a bit refurbished, but it's a good example of how I use them. So a two bolt fixing is plenty enough to hold this guitar together permanently. Right? So that's a slightly bigger bolt, but I do that on my travel guitars. But even still, on this one for Mark, I still want to go above the normal size because I want that. I want the solidity of the hex fitting, and you just don't get it with those spindly little things. So I've got plenty of different things in here I can choose from, including some slightly longer ones, and if I had to go up to the M8 size I could, but as it stands I've got these M6s, and they come with, they're both, these things are stainless steel, and I bought a set of stainless steel inserts, so it's going to be a very chunky fitting, right? But it's quite a delicate operation to get them all lined up and pulling in the right direction. Like I say, if these are useful, which I'm not sure they are in this case, but if they were useful, then we could possibly draw them out. The problem is, the type I've got are the cap-headed things. Now you actually could still fit one into here because it would still countersink a little bit. So we could drill these out to the 6mm or just over 6mm, and we could still use these as a sort of pull on the other side instead of rather than just throw them away. We could use them. The alternative is I'd use a washer at the top of that, but I have to say those ferrules look kind of cool anyway. But they're obviously designed for a countersunk head. Anyway, so off camera I'm going to remove the strings and prepare them for reuse, but what I also want to do when I'm at it, although I don't really know if I'm going to have enough room to do this, is I wanted to be able to just hang this thing up out of the way. I've got quite a few different things going on at the moment, and space, and because it's very untidy, space is up at a premium. You might like something I did earlier today, I've done recently, is I finished this Eckie and mahogany travel guitar. It's in the oak caster shape, so it's a kind of co-designed shape, I suppose, by me and Nick in Arizona. But what I did with this one is I added a little loop, because these things really have to hang up, so I drilled through the back there. It's flaked a bit out, which is a shame, but anyhow, it now hangs up beautifully, and that will be perfect for hanging up in the house. That was always designed to be another guitar for me to use, that one. Hence I don't mind there's plenty of little cosmetic things wrong with it anyway, but I don't really mind another one. So what I'm going to do here is I just want to poke this thing through and see if I can just hang it out of the way. A bit short of hanging ropes, believe it or not. Might just be able to do it. Go through, please. This is fiddly and silly. Don't need much, just enough to go through. Thank you. Right. So let's see if I can just get that to tie up. Such a small amount of wire, I don't think I can actually do it. Annoying, 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 annoying. Let's borrow this. Just do this instead. Sorry about this delay. Be there in a second. I need to put on my shopping list paracord. You can never have too much paracord, it's always useful. Right. Locked in, and I'll come back to that in a minute. That could hang off there. Okay. Out of the way, safely. Beautiful. Strings dangled. Take care of them in a minute. Right. So here we have it. Ooh. So we've got a couple of things to do here. First of all, we've got to remove the truss rod cover. Can you see? Are you all right there? We're going to take that off because we're going to take the nut off as well. This is a plastic nut. They call them, for some reason when they advertise this, they call them graphite, and I don't think there's terribly much graphite-y to do with anything there. It's a typical cheap black plastic nut. It's given a bit of a texture, but I think it's about as plastic as you can get. This guitar is a very budgety feel, but being an Ibanez, it's still not at all bad despite that. So we have this fitted, glued very nicely. There's some dirt down the side here which we'll need to clean off, but and this plastic nut sits nicely in there. Now I've got a couple of options that I'm thinking about at the moment, and one is we could do a there you go, we could do a plastic, we could do an adjustable nut for here. That would be good. However, I don't think I've got a left-handed tusk one. In fact they don't make a left-handed tusk adjustable nut for the Gibson style guitars, which is a real shame. Well, they don't make it for any style, which is a real pity, because this really suits a tremolo equipped, or being able to use an adjustable tusk nut really suits a tremolo equipped guitar like this. So the options I've got is I could do an adjustable bone one, which I've done one of before, and that works. It is possible to modify a tusk adjustable nut. However, the problem with those is they are designed anyway for 3-a-side headstocks, so we've got two things going against us in that respect. We've got a left-handed headstock, 6 in a line, but we've also the strings would have to be pulling straight through. So the best bet I can think of really is to fit a bone left-handed nut, which I've just bought one. I can often make them anyway from blanks, but in this case we'll fit a bought one here, and I think it will just have to forsake the adjustable nuss. We'll just make sure it's cut really well. And then what we've got here, of course, is what are technically quite nice frets, but they're going to go. And here is the alternative stainless steel, which I've got, and I think I've got a spare bit of stainless in here as well, somewhere. Where did I put that spare bit of stainless? There we go. Radius already 13.5, so we've got spare. Yeah, so that will be the first thing. Now with a headstock like this, it adds a little bit of difficulty because it's angled back, so clamping it down to do things like the pulling of the frets is not completely an easy thing to do, but it's not that difficult. We can lightly clamp it. So I'm just going to heat up an old soldering iron, and I'm going to bring into play the fret pulling what's it. Now, like I say, it doesn't really matter at this point about taking the tuners on or off. I'm not even sure it makes it that much easier. This stands, it probably actually stands better on the tuners to do the work I need to do now than if it was just standing on this tip, which is where it would be. So I think I'll leave them on. It's handy to have something holding it down, but we're kind of a block of foam or something to kind of help keep that in place would be good. Now this is a left-handed guitar, so it's designed, obviously the bottom end is the same as, what am I talking about? Yes, so the bottom end is opposite, if you get what I mean. Which means I'll start on the other side, i.e. away, as it happens, away from the side where the hand normally grips it. So putting a little bit of pressure on, but it's not going to be much because it doesn't take to it very well. I'm just going to go flying into this. We'll come back and look at the things like the neck bolts and so on a little bit later, but let's get the fret part done tonight, and I'll remove the frets and then I'll cut the others, the new frets, which is quite hard going because I promise you, stainless steel, it does beat the hell out of your equipment. So I've dedicated half my cutters, one half of the cutters, to pulling stainless steel, cutting stainless steel frets, but they won't last very long. So this is a bound neck, so we're going to try and, the idea is to just get the frets lifted to begin with, without we're doing as little sort of pinching damage as possible. It's or crimping, I should say, but it's quite difficult to do. So these look like they've been fitted in pretty well actually. They're very sticky, so giving it as much warmth as I can get away with. Don't want to set fire to it. Now when you pull frets, as I've mentioned to Mark at the beginning, it's almost impossible, there you go, to pull them up without some associated material coming up with them. So it's just the way it is, and this is flaking quite a lot. Yeah, that's not happy. I mean, we can kind of radius is smooth afterwards, which I would want to do anyway, but it's like the wood is very dry, and I don't know if it is rosewood even still, because it could well be one of the modern substitutes. But to be honest, the one thing I might just try and do with this is, let's have a look at it. It's already slightly backbowed. Let's see if I can backbow it a bit more and just help it on its way, kind of to open up the. Wow, that's tight. That's really been tightened up pretty radically. Yeah, that's backbowed all right. Yeah, so as I said to Mark, it's practically impossible to refret without stuff coming out, and this is pulling up a fair bit of stuff on that first fret. So I don't really think I can't think of any other ways. I mean, a bit of heat, possibly a bit of water down in there, but you know, it depends what they've been originally put in with, whether it's just physical pressure or whether there's any glue involved in it. But you can see by the amount of curvature in the opposite direction, it's taken quite some strength to pull them out. There are those who kind of believe that you can put a little sheet under here. I had some, oh, they're gone at the moment. Had some what I call fret protector strips, and there's one down here. Actually, that's not the one. Little fret protector strips like this one here. And people kind of go, well, you can put that under there and that will protect it. The truth is, you can't actually get this underneath the fret until you've lifted it, and it's the lifting that breaks the wood. So actually, in my experience, it's proved to be practically impossible, or possibly impractical. These are really tightly fitted. So the idea is you just basically nibble your way along. And if you were going to use one of these, the idea is you can get that under there, but the truth is, I can pull that up as much as I like there, but it's pulling up. It's the breaking of the wood here that's the problem, not where I've got the protector strip, and you still only have to try and get it under there, and it really doesn't protect the bit that's pulling out most. I think one of the things that may help is bending the neck so that it's got some back bow in it. That might have been a good move to do. Any pull out here will mostly live underneath the crown of the new frets, which is quite good. I'll keep on trying to use this, but it's never been particularly useful in my experience. So it's always a weird thing. You kick off with brand new frets and you start biting into them. And you go, look, I'm ruining a perfectly good guitar. I mean, I guess this little bit may just prevent the last bit coming up as the frets being pulled, the tangs being pulled completely clear. But if it's going to split at the point where it starts to lift, then it's going to split. And there's not much you can do. If you want to be really fiddly, and I've done this a few times in the past, you can do, you can be standing by with your pot of rosewood, and you can super glue and rosewood little fills, finish it. Yeah, you can either glue bits back in that you can find, or you can make little repairs with a mixture of super glue and rosewood dust. But the problem with that is that actually they're a different colour usually, so they look darker. The problem with that is that it tends to drip into the slot. It's very difficult to keep it out of the slot. And if you're working with a binding like this, the problem you've always got when refretting with the binding is you've got to be able to clear out the slots perfectly well. And if you get glue going in there, super glue going in there, which you don't want, then you're going to struggle to clean that out. And if you can't clean it out thoroughly, you're going to struggle to seat the new frets particularly well. And that's always a limitation of refretting with a binding. The fact that you can't get in the way you can with a fret saw, for example. If you were dispensing with the binding and or you had no binding and you were just making the frets come right to the edge of the fingerboard, then you have the luxury of being able to recut the slot with a fret slot file. So there's a chunk come out here that we can't do anything about. Darn it. It's the problem with this is to try and find every tiny little piece of grit that comes out with these, you would end up spending the rest of your life looking for them. The plus side of this is that the new fret, the crown is wide enough. That's a bonus actually, or one good reason why you might think of widening the crown on any refret you do, because you can cover up the little tang marks and various things. So people have often I've often read people talking about stainless steel refrets, and it was very daunting kind of prospect when I first thought about it, and I did one not so long back, and it was very tricky because it was a combination of a compound radius as well as starting with a neck that actually wasn't correct from the outset, so there were some serious problems with it, and it wasn't as great an outcome as I would have liked, to say the least. But you know, I learned some of the things I needed to learn from it, and one of them being just how it felt to work with stainless steel, because until you've done it, it can be a little bit sort of mysterious and daunting, you know, because everyone says it's impossible to do, and some people give the impression it's impossible to do. Well, it's just metal, and it cuts with a file, and it cuts with clippers, and it levels with a fret leveling file, but it does take longer to do all of that when it comes to sanding out and so on. So it's harder, so it takes longer. So there's a little tiny pull out of the material there, which would just be really difficult to fill. And like I say, it's never invisible anyway. So here we go. But it is a crude process. As you can see, we are basically levering frets out of a tight fitting slot that they've been put in the factory, and more than likely, being Chinese manufactured, the wood has also continued to dry around the metal, shrink around the metal, so it may well be just that it's also got tighter and snugger as we go. But yeah, it's crude. And same thing about fretting again. Actually, let me just clip these and get them started. You know, pressing frets is a crude mechanical process. There isn't any great rocket science to it, and the crudeness of it, in the sort of blunt force aspect of it, is why you know, even every guitar made in factory ends up having some uneven frets on it, because it's just not a very elegant process. And the best you can hope for is to get an almost level set if you do all the kind of best preparation you can do. For example, preparing the surface of the frets, cleaning out the slots, having a consistent technique that you use to press the frets and so on. Look at me, I'm doing my best. Yeah, so you know, the whole thing is rather stone aged, as you can tell. It's slightly destructive, but there you go. Having said that, you know, it's very rare that you take a brand new neck like this and refret it. It's much more common that you would take a worn out guitar and take that old neck with all its kind of dings and scratches and character and give it a new lease of life through the process of refretting it. And somehow that's a nice, a very satisfying upcycling process. To do this to it when it's brand new is a little bit counterintuitive in a way. It just seems it kind of goes against the luthier's Hippocratic oath. You know, and I know quite often you get folks that will say things like, you know, you should have told your customer to do X, Y or Z instead of spending money on refretting a new guitar. Why didn't you buy this, that or the other model of such and such, which comes with, you know, stainless or so on. So, and you know, it's all very well to have a kind of to know better than your customer, but that's never proved to be. It's never been a really good strategy in my book for happy customer relations. You know, to second guess what the customer wants. So, I mean, there are times when, you know, an idea of an alternative way of achieving something, you know, can be a good suggestion, but you have to remember too that often people like to make alterations to things, or to get someone else to do them, you know, because it's part of a process of personalising them, and that process of personalising doesn't really have a price attached to it, and often it doesn't really have the kind of logic that you might be expecting, you know, or that you might apply to other things, you know. Anyway, it's a nice, slow, contemplative process here. There's a little bit of pull out coming up. For those folks who sent me some very kind wishes for my mum, who's not been well and spent most of last year. She was having chemo for stage 4 cancer. She tail end, no pun intended, at the tail end of last year, she fell in her lovely flat, kind of pretty much weakened by the chemo, and she broke a couple of vertebrae in her back. So bless her, she was then kind of bedridden for for a couple of months almost, and very frail, as she had to recover from that as well. And she just got over that when last week she tripped over, or slid on a rug in her beautiful apartment, this one that she was so lucky to get, and she broke a hip, and she's currently now in hospital having had a hip replacement. I think they do that rather than trying to let it heal on its own. They just say it's broken, give her a new one. So bless her, she's in hospital and looks like she may have to go to a kind of halfway rehab house for kind of getting a bit of physio as well as recuperation, and I know how much she isn't going to like that. She would want to go home. But so she's up there in London, and I haven't been able to get up there yet. I was planning to go up soon, just to visit and take my youngest son, but I don't think that visit's going to be the same kind of visit anymore, so it's a shame. Still, I just hope that this is the last of the horrible things she has to suffer, because she deserves a couple of good years after that. I don't think she's got that much longer. Statistically anyway, it doesn't appear that way, but the time she has to be as comfortable as possible. So I think she can do without spending as much of that time in hospital as possible. So you can see this is a slow process, which, as I say, it's pulling up some chips here and there. But we'll cover the vast majority of those. And you know, if there's anything that's really glaring, we can do a little fill just after, after we've done the refretting part, rather than I'd much prefer to do a sort of after the fact fill of any larger obvious glaring chunks, than to try and do all of this with the slot busy soaking up all the super glue in sight, because that's going to provide or present us more problems, I think, than it's worth for the cosmetic benefit. Anyhow, so inching our way towards the end, and so yeah, my mum's she's up there now in the hospital. She had the operation a couple of days ago, and so she'll be hating being there. I know her. Most people do, but I'm sure, being a London hospital, it'll be noisy and busy, and I know my sister's up there with her doing the shouting and getting them to pay attention to her, because in this day and age it's a really difficult thing in a lot of hospitals these days. If you don't have someone shouting for you, you do get left behind, just because of the sheer shortage of resources and the pressure that the nursing staff are under. I wish it wasn't that way, but I've seen it too often already that it is that way. So, but I know my sister will be pulling alarm strings and yanking bells and tugging sleeves wherever necessary, thankfully. Anyway, and for those of you who in the past have sent your sweet and kind good wishes towards her, I have taken the time to pass them on to her, and I think she was really touched that a load of people she didn't know had said supportive and positive things for her. So this is basically, I'm probably wasting my time with this strip, because the point to which you can get it under here is the point at which the, as far as you can get it in, but to wherever you can get it, you've already pulled the fret tang up. So if anything, all this does is possibly keep the odd loose piece that's come out in place. And that, to be honest, is only an illusion anyway, because as soon as you sand anything, it'll make itself known by chipping out or dropping out when you're refretting or something. So there's very little you can do. And this fiddle faddle with the old protector strip thing, not really doing that much, but since it is such a dry, tight fit, then we're going to at least try our best. So if this is the first time, if you were doing a fret refret for the first time, to see this, what you get to, it can be pretty disheartening. I mean, you can look at it and think, oh my god, what am I going to do with this? It feels very destructive. However, one of the things that you have to just take reassurance from is the fact that most of the chip out that you get will be underneath the crown of the new frets, unless you're going much smaller, in which case you may have a problem there. But generally speaking, if you're going the same size or bigger, most of the chip out will be under the fret crown. There's a big chunk there, that's just horrible. I might get a tiny spot of glue under that before anything else happens, because it's a fairly big piece. But again, very difficult to manage really. Lasting glue, thin glue, it's not even that thin anymore. So all I can see is just this little lifted up bit, which I'm going to try and run in with a little bit of gravity. Oh god, it's dark. I'll say gravity, but I'm giving it a bit of a shove. No, see, that's just snapped off. No matter what I tried to do there, that is snapped off. Okay, there's the shim that came off. So the problem you got with super glue is that when you lift it out, or when you use it, you actually can't really manipulate it very well. Things just go where they want to go. See, that's just come off on my finger. It isn't even sticking to the wood. It's just sticking to my finger, which is a complete waste of time and space. Now I've lost the actual shape of it. I have no idea where it will fit back in now. Great. It's basically a big old mess with no sticking power. That's fantastic. I sometimes wonder what super glue is for. How crap is that? That actually is not sticking wood on wood. Can you believe it? No, that's just garbage. That's sticking to my finger, not to the wood. That's split it and crushed it now. It's just crap. So this wood now is basically not wanting to go in. My attempt at holding it up so I could do it subtly has now become a total and utter waste of space. It's now just a big claggy mess. So I probably would have been better off just leaving it, because what I'm also now got is I've now got glue going down into the slot, which I don't want. This is absolutely refusing to play ball. My God. This flake is a waste of space. I would be better off trying to do something with powder, but I'm also filling this slot now with, of course I've got glue all over that, haven't I? So I think the red rosewood is indoors somewhere. I'll have to come back. I'm going to have to do a separate repair with that piece. I'll do it with some rosewood dust, but that's just a good example of how utterly useless it is to try and work with a piece that's flaked off, because it's just refusing to do what I asked it to do. Yeah, so I'll be stuck with dust for that repair. That's the only big chunk that's come off on this neck. It might even be better just to hold it down like this, because the blades of the darn pliers work as the best pusher downer that you can get. Now what was that clinging to that? How strange. Right, okay, well, not brilliant, but there you go. I did warn Mark that when you pull frets out of a fretboard, you get some damage as a result. Not too much, but we have to repair this and then sand back, which is a pain. But we know it's 14 anyway, I think. So I'll just double check this so we know when the time comes to sand it back a bit. Well, it says 14, which of course it isn't. That's a lie. It's flatter than that. It's 16. Yeah, 16. That's okay. We need to know that when it comes to bending the wire. Okay, so this is the fun bit. So there's going to be quite a bit of cleaning up, but I'll do all of that stuff offline, including this little repair at this end. I mean, technically, if I'm bored, I could sit in and repair any bit that I think is going to show. But like I say, I think I'll do this. I'll do this one first before I fret it, because it's such a relatively large area. And what I'll do is I'll put a piece of filler in there that I can pull out. Probably a piece of plastic or something to stop the glue going in. But yeah, it's really tricky because we need to clean these slots out in order to refret properly, and it's quite difficult to do that without doing some damage to the edge of the slot as well. So this, you can feel this is kind of a bit of a mucky. Yeah, so you try and clean that out, and you get more bits coming up. But hey, all right. So we've got to get the where's it gone? We've got to get some 16-inch wire radius. Now I'm going to use this test piece, which is currently 13, which is too curved, and I'm going to flatten that out for a second. And I basically want to do a test radius. What did I say this was? This was stainless steel. It's quite chunky. It's the same size as I bought this stuff. Yeah. Okay, let's do a little test on here. see what it's coming out as by default, just our start point. And as it happens, that's a tiny bit over tighter than 16, so it's probably like a 14 or a 12. So I'll flatten it out a little bit and then do another test. That's too flat, so I've gone too far. So tiny bit back in. This time I've gone too far. Ah, there we are, 16. Let's try one of these set pieces. Put it through twice just to be sure. And just check it. That's very good. So we'll do all 5 bits. Now 5 is about exactly as much as you need, but it's a 24 fretter, so I've got that spare length to do the extra 2. Now the thing is, you get risk getting a little flat bit at the end usually. It's quite difficult to get the bend to occur from right at the beginning, so it doesn't really want to do that from the very outset. So you have to kind of give it a little bit of encouragement, bend that very first bit. So we've got a 16-inch radius block on hanging up somewhere, which we can use when it comes to just sanding down on this this fretboard, just to take some of the gritty bits off, but also when we filled a couple of these, well, the 1 or 2 of the bigger holes. Okay, so what I want to do with this, let's just also do this one loose spare piece. This should give me enough for the kind of last 2 frets on the 24. Alright. So we've got to be economical here, so we can't afford tons of leftover spare stuff. So we're going to go, and we're going to use the stainless steel side of the cutters, and we're going to do it. Do it that way, and do it that way. So we just need, basically, we only need enough to get an overhang, a little bit of an overhang. So there's my line. Because it's stainless, I'm going to have to put a real push at it. And that is what it does. So then we have number 1, and get the correct side of the clippers. Number 2, line it up, cover it up. I can't keep hold of it, that's the problem. Number 2. So this is what we're doing, we're just cutting the whole lot. Can't get that good a grip on the whole thing, so let's see if we can just... It is much harder to cut than your nickel, copper, nickel or nickel steel stuff, whatever it's called. I'm never sure exactly what they call it, but yeah, this is much harder. There's no doubt about it. And I would not be surprised one of these days for this pliers to break while I'm doing this on stainless. So I guess I just have to keep that in mind, because we'll be searching around frantically for another set of cutters. The absolute worst comes to the worst, we could use the Tremolo to cut them. It's not fantastic. Okay, now here we are with a bit of left over because there's nothing else we can use this for. So you can probably see the faces I'm pulling while I'm doing this. So always looks like you've got tons, but it starts obviously coming closer together at this point, and before you know it, you're all out of frets. I'll do with a bigger thing to cover this up with, but so if it takes that much force to cut this, you can imagine how much more time and effort it takes to level, polish and sand out. So there is quite a lot of extra work involved. I'm trying to get this to... Oh Christ, that hurt my finger badly. So once we've done this, we also have to cut the overhang into each of these, which also wears out the Tang cutting business. Now you could go the other way, cut the other way, which probably would keep my fingers a bit safer. Do this way. So I'm doing a tiny bit of overhang each side. No, it doesn't really change anything. It just comes at it from a different angle. Yeah, you see? I knew that hurt. Stainless steel, it's a beast. I suffer from my art. See, again, we got a bit of left over here that we can't do anything with. It's a waste, but it ain't too much. Ow, that really hurt. Anyway. So the hard cutting bit is followed by the cutting the overhang, which you have to have when you've refret over a binding. There we go. This is harder than the Evo Gold, which is a harder material than regular frets, but not as hard as stainless. But it's a nice material which I like to use. And even with Evo Gold, you can feel the brittleness, the relative hardness of the frets compared to regular. But it's still easier to work with than this. This is a bit of a beast. So, you know, we're going through the pieces quite quickly here because they're all closer together. So it doesn't turn out to be quite as much as you at first think, and as a result there equally isn't that much in the way of spare material, so you really can't afford to mess up. Stay still, I go. That's a bit extravagant. I'm wasting a load of material there. This is trying to jump up and bite me again. Oh God, it's hard work. Yes, stainless steel, great fun. Come on, let's get to the end of this without breaking the tool completely. Will you still love me tomorrow? Come on. So I've got 3 more to do after this. There's one perfectly sized. Did I do this? No, this is the short bit. Will I get 3 out of the short bit? 1, 2, 3. I think I will. Just to compare the Tang. It's the same stock from the same supplier, so it should be exactly the same. I'm not going to take the risk. It's one of those things. I believe they don't change in between, but something tells me you never quite know. Holy mackerel. Right, nearly done. Oh God. Yes, stainless. Fun for everyone. Fun for everyone. Okay, one more. Hurrah, hurrah, the stainless steel frets are done. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick these 2 bits together and call them spare. Check my wound. My creaky new boots making a little noise there, sorry about that. Okay, 16-inch stainless steel jumbos, in case we need it. Right, so that's the first part. The next part is actually quite interesting too, because normally with other frets they're soft enough that you could trim them all now with the clippers still. However, having done that, they are way too hard to be trying to trim them again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now try and cut the underhang bit, but I'm going to need to do more, a little bit more on this. No, it doesn't want to do it. Thank you. So we need to do a little bit more because we can't afford to get the Tang caught up in any of the crap in the corner. Now I haven't done anything to try and clean the slot out yet, but each one of these we've got to be confident that we're clear of the garbage. It doesn't matter if we've got loads of overhang there, because we'll take care of that with the beveling file. But this wee file here is going to protest a little bit at the stainless. So basically we just go all the way down these, cutting little nibbles off this to get ourselves a workable undercut that's going to be far enough inside the edge to avoid the gunge. And sometimes it looks a little bit too much of an undercut, but it's better to be clear, and it doesn't really need the tang all the way there, because you can use a tiny dab of glue to help seal it down at the edges. Not perfectly ideal, but you have to do it anyway because of the overhang involved with the thing, you know, this edge thing that's called. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to, you get the idea, I'm going to line all these up and just undercut the tang so that I'm comfortable we've got about the right sort of thing, and then we'll put them all in a safe place, ready for cleaning the slots out, resurfacing the board, doing any major repairs like that one at this end. But even with here, there's so little going to be showing once we've got the fret in that it's going to be a small problem. But anyway, we'll keep going. So this will be boring. I'll get off and the main bit's done for now, and we'll see you in the next stage. So what I'm doing here is I'm doing some little repairs, which I'd hoped I wouldn't have to do, but I'm going to end up doing, or I've ended up doing some, because this fingerboard is so new and dry that it's just basically, whenever I try and clean out the slot, it's chipping out. So I'll just give you an idea of how I go about doing these little repairs. So what I'm doing is I'm using a blade as a sort of buffer to stop as much as possible glue going into the slot, and I'm basically then going to do, you see I've done some already, I'm going to drip some glue on here, and I'm not going to be particularly thingy about it, skimpy about it, and then I'm going to chuck on a load of rosewood, and I'm going to just kind of scrape it around and press it down until it's all soaked up as much of the glue as is there, and then I'm going to press down with my blade here, and I'm going to just lever out the restraining blade, and so you can see that I've got me a sort of pile of dust there, which is cool. And then I clean these blades off again, and I've got some on my hands, but at the moment it looks a mess. And I'm just going to identify any other, there's a couple of other little ones that are hanging over. The problem with doing this is that when you do a repair and then you try and clean the slots out, what happens is you then very easily pull up another bit, because this is, I think it's to do with the dryness, the overall dryness of this this board. Maybe it's because it's new and it's got no finger grease in it and all that good stuff that keeps a fingerboard sort of a bit more flexible or something. But now I've got a piece of wood there I don't want. So anyway, so whatever it is, this has been particularly kind of flaky. So again, I'm just sort of chucking on loads of dust for the time being. There's a couple I've done which I need to sand out. I did a whole load and then I sanded them all out, but in cleaning out the slots I still got a load of chip out. So it's a really difficult game to play, because the problem you've got is, and I just leave it there at that point, the problem you've got is that because you're working, or I'm working with a binding, a bound neck, you have no choice but to clean out the slots. It's critical that you clean the slots out thoroughly. This doesn't want to stand up. Yeah, you've got to clean the slots. Too much weight. Let's just hold it there then. You've got to clean the slots out. And because you've got a binding, you can't go right to the end and saw your way through with a slot saw and create a new clean slot. So the problem with the binding is that you have to somehow try and clean the slots out without being able to go past the end and get a clean sort of bite at it, and that means you're constantly sort of digging into it quite crudely with a blade, and it's much more likely, in my experience, to cause some chip out, which means you end up doing an awful lot of this, which I don't much like doing, but we have no choice. Now, even just feeling how the slots are at the moment, I'm not entirely confident that the frets will seat brilliantly in here, and I hate saying that because I'm not got them yet down to a sort of to a clean, you know, cleaned out slots. And you know, like I say, it's all down to the fact that we're working with the binding on the end. So it's a blessing in that you have a nice finished end to your neck. Looks good, you know, finished edge, but it's a kind of curse in that you can't get a good clean out, which you can with an unbound neck. So I've got quite a load of little repairs on here already, and I'm just trying to avoid the ones that are really insubstantial, i.e. are going to be hidden below the level of, or underneath the crown of the new frets anyway, which will be, to be fair, will be most of them. It always looks worse than it ends up looking. So I'm probably going a bit over the top here, but just so since we're on camera and I'm going through it, even this isn't a brilliant, totally foolproof method, because what you're getting there straight away is you're getting the, even though we've got a blade in there, the dust, sorry, the super glue wants to go, it wants to wick its way down into the slot more than it wants to sit on the surface usually. So you have to be fairly quick to get the powder on, get it soaked up as much as possible, and then pull the kind of blocking knife out. I'll just do one more down here, I think, and then we'll get the sandpaper out again. Now I've already done this once with the sandpaper. That won't stay. So yeah, so it really is difficult, because as you're trying to clean out these slots, you're kind of having to lever the slot a little bit to clear the gunge out, and that tends to pull up any more flakes that are ready to come out, which is pretty much most of the edge of these slots. So at the moment I'm just being careless with the rosewood because I've got enough of it, but I always have somewhere I always have an old fingerboard ready to sand down and make some more stuff, because it's very useful. So that's my repairs, and you can see it's a messy old business. There's a flake I've stuck back in here, but I actually don't think it's gonna, a huge great flake, but I don't think it's gonna, it might stick while I sand it out, but I didn't have a very good feeling about it. So I just chucked away the paper I originally used, but I'll get it back out since it's hardly been used at all. I'm going to use it. So starting with a 120. Now, of course, the problem is once you do this, you can sand this out and clean up this excess stuff, which is great. And then the problem you've got is you have then slots which have dust in them again, which you have to then clean out, continue to clean out with your knife blade. And then in doing so, of course, you run the risk of pulling out more flakes, in which case you then need to go and do more repairs, which means more dust getting in when you sand it out, and so on and so forth. Now the interesting thing on this board, as I do this, is you can see it's tidying it up now as we go. But the interesting thing is there's a spot there which is low, one little dent on the whole thing which is lower than everything else. No idea why that is, but thankfully it's not really going to, it shouldn't affect the frets too much. It's only mild, but it's an example of spotting an area that starts out low, which could present you with a low fret challenge later on. One way around that is to keep on sanding at this stage and just make sure it's leveled out with everything else. It's probably a good insurance policy to do that. Excuse me, dust everywhere. You can still see it's showing up as low. Okay, so I'm just aiming to take out, I'm now quite light now with 240 grit. I want to take out the any excess glue sitting on the surface. The problem with super glue and rosewood repairs is they will always look slightly darker than the surrounding rosewood, so it's not an invisible repair by any means. Okay, so we get to about here, and that's that's looking okay, and you can see one or two of the repairs there, little black spots, and there's one here which is still looking a bit iffy. But so the fun is now to clean out the slots again, and we have to try and do this without pulling out any more bits of chipping any more bits of rosewood around the edge. Now I can feel these slots are really gummed up, relatively gummed up, and I'm not comfortable with how they are, but as you can see, armed only with a blade, preferably one with a little bit more tape or something covering it so you can hold it better without chopping yourself to bits, which is usually what I end up doing. You know, so you've got a sort of handheld blade, and the idea is to, as much as possible, get in there and clean out the slots. But I can feel already that some of these have got bits of stuff sticking in the way, so it's just a slow, boring process. And ideally you want a clean run from one end to the other and up to the edge of the binding, and you can see how much is coming out at the same time. So I've done all this before already, and of course what happened the last time I did it is I pulled some more flakes because it's just waiting to happen. But I guess we eventually get there, but it's not a quick process. So you tend to get down to one side and then the blade sticks, meaning you've got an obstruction. So it's sort of, the guidance is to try and do the crude stuff first. Just go run all the way down first and then turn it over, do the same thing the other side without getting too tied up in any particular obstruction, because it's better to wear those, see I can hear a bit of flaking there, better to wear those clagged up obstructions down little by little than try and work all of them in one go, because they are what pulls out the next set of flakes. So try and whiz through to begin with and then come back for the stickier stuff. But it's yeah, this is now it's going to be about the third time I've done this, and I think it'll have to be the last time, because we can't really keep on going, and that's just the downside of refretting. It could be, and I don't know this for a fact, but it could be that older, more oiled, older, softer fingerboards with more natural oil in them maybe don't cut up or split up so much as a new dry one is doing here. And actually, I mean, I'm guessing this is rosewood, but it may not be. Being a reputable manufacturer made in China, it may well be a sustainably sourced alternative. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like roasted maple, but could be one of the other types they've been using. And if so, that may be one of the other reasons why it's flaking so much. But I seem to think that I haven't had as much flaking on older, perhaps more worn in, softer fingerboards, but I could be wrong. But I don't remember having to cope with this quite as much as this. Anyway, so where you also have a problem where you do the repairs, you can create a bit of a sticky spot where the blade doesn't want to run freely through it. Now that's going to be an obstruction to the next incoming fret as well, so it's going to take quite a while to reach a point where I'm confident that these slots will take the new frets. I'm not by any means there yet. I can feel these great big sticky chunks, actually of probably bits of glue that have gone in and set. The actual rosewood is easy to pull out. It's the clags of glue and stuff that are the problem. So I'm just going to churn around. So that, if you're going to do this on a new guitar, the first thing that happens is, before very long, the thing looks pretty manky. You've messed up what fingerboard looks grotty. So look, this is the way. Then, if you've got an obstruction, you've really got to you've got to lever it out like this by pushing along and using the corner to lever it out. But that is where you get the next chip out, because it's pulling up a plug of stuff. There's no tool. There's not a thin enough, I don't know what we call it. There's not a thin enough drill to do it. I've made some custom things which, to be fair, do have a bit of strength and a bit of cutting power to them, but the truth is they still tend to pull out chips. Now, another thing that's sometimes worth doing, that I often do, is put a little bit of a curve, or not curve, a little bit of a ledge notch into this, and that's partly from the point of view of helping the new fret in when it comes, but also making it easy to get in there with any tools right now, so that you've just sort of rounded off, slightly compressed the edge of the fret. It's quite difficult to do it without touching the plastic, but even if you do touch the plastic, it's going to be, remember, it's going to be covered by the new fret overhang anyway, so it's not the end of the world. So this is just a kind of hoping to make the edge of the fret more receptive to a new fret when it's pressed in. Now I'm at the moment thinking about whether to press these in using the fret press or to do a tapping thing. I got really good outcome using my tapping devices on the last guitars I did, or refretted, so I'm not really sure whether to do that or not. It'd be kind of, in a way, funny not, or silly not to use the fret press, but I quite like the manual thing. I was using oak blocks, or special oak shaped curved radius blocks to do it. Okay, so I'm going to also, we'll sand down here a little bit too, so if there's any runoff, that's not a problem either. Trying to just keep it to the end of the thing mostly, but so it is a lot of work to refret something anyway, and it's kind of, especially from new, it seems. Oh, there you go, there's ripped up a nice little bit of dry flakes. I wish there was some sort of little sonic saw or something you could run down the slots. There's probably an invention waiting to happen. Maybe some sort of wonderful little ultrasonic device that will just let you clear the slots out to an exact width with no problem at all. But of course it won't be simple. There won't be such a tool. So, you know, like I say, the next thing you have to do is kind of go through a little bit like this, and the truth is, if it's going to kick up any flakes now, it's going to do it still. But that is about the only way now I can get that clear run. So it's sort of, it's like we have to do it. There's no choice, because the priority in all of this is that the frets sit nicely on the bottom. And that takes precedence over anything, including actually the, you know, any small flakes, visible flakes, because like I said, if each time we come back and repair a piece of flaking we get more flaking because we're using glue and it's getting stuck in the slot, then we're in a bit of a catch-22. We can't really get out of that loop. So I'm hoping this will be, see, I feel this is stuck here now. I'm hoping this will be the last run through on here. I'm trying to cut through this obstruction without pulling up anything else. I can feel it's really stuck there, clagged up. I mean, you know, if we go really slowly we'll get there, I guess. Put the music on, switch off the camera type of deal. Go as slow as we possibly can. We'll get there. Like I say, it's the priority is the seating of the new frets that takes precedence over everything. If you want a good refret, that's your starting point. This action here. It's not going too badly actually if I just take my time. Right, I'm going to carry on do all of this. I'm going to put the radio on in the background and come back to you when it's done. So as it happens, I'm doing these with the press, not the blocks, because actually I don't have a 16-inch radius block, and that's what this neck is. Now when I looked at the spec for this, I wasn't sure whether it was actually a 16-inch radius or a 14, but physically it's 16, whether they say it's 14 or not. So, and it wouldn't surprise me, again, I've seen a few of these recently, whether you know, it wouldn't surprise me that the actual claimed radius is different from the actual radius. There seems to be quite a lot of discrepancy depending on whose tools you use and so on and so on. But judging by the block I just used for sanding, and judging by the radius I've measured, it's a 16, which is fine. Anyway, so I'm using the press because that's a 16-inch thing. You know what I'm trying to say. 16-inch radius brass insert for the caul to do the pressing, so that makes good sense to use that, and a bit of a clean up each time after. So remember, these are stainless steel frets, so I am using super glue on these because I want them to stay firmly in place, because we've got to work them quite hard afterwards to cut them to the right length and to get them beveled and trimmed in it, etc, etc. So yeah, I don't want them any chance of them moving anywhere. So I'm pressing them to a fairly standard pressure, which is a mixture of doing it by hand, pulling it down, and then attaching this bungee rubber to it, which is fairly consistent, doesn't change much between presses. And then just giving it a clean to get some of the surface super glue off, and then going over it once afterwards with some debonder, just to clean the fingerboard surface again, make sure we get as clean as we can. So it's a bit messy in here, as you can see. I'm caught up with lots of different things and need a tidy up. But yesterday evening, well, I had this plan to tidy up. It was band rehearsal. Oh no, it was jamming last night, and tonight's band rehearsal, so I will get around to tidying it. I'm still waiting. Don't want to hear chainsaws out here. I'm still waiting for a switch from Poland for the Ritchie Kotzen Telecaster. I could have probably used another kind of switch, but I wanted to keep to the original. God, this is not wanting to sit in. I wanted to keep to the original. I'm going to give this a tap because I can't even get this to settle. No, this doesn't even want to go in. Come on, fellas. Get in with it, please. Yes, waiting for, I wanted the switch to be the original one, so the only place I could find it, believe it or not, was Poland. So it's had to come from there, and it's still nowhere in sight yet. So it's a bit annoying to have a guitar held up first by having to get the rotary switch, and then secondly by this Goto plastic, actually not very impressive plastic three-way switch, but it does keep it original, so it's probably a good thing. Poor old Dan, the owner of this guitar, is just having to wait quite a long time for it. Still, judging by how much wear there was on the frets and the guitar generally, I think it's an important guitar to him. It seems like he must have done a lot of hard playing on it, so he looks like a busy musician. So I think it will be great for him when he gets it back and it's back to its original function. I am slightly nervous about that one, insofar as I have a horrible, or a gnawing feeling that the Fender diagram, wiring diagram, is incorrect, and it's the one that comes with the documentation for the guitar itself, and it's the same as the one that you can find online for it. But when you're doing it, you know, when somebody sends it to you and it's all messed up, and then your job is to make it work again like it did in the first place. The first thing I found on that sheet was a typo, naming the wrong wire. It had a label on the wire saying grey wire from bridge pickup, and in fact it was a grey wire from a neck pickup. So I know it's an easy thing to do when you're not thinking or paying too much attention, but you know, for the standard documentation or for the official documentation, it's kind of a bit worrying. And then you have to sort of think, oh God, you know, can I be sure this is going to work even when I've got this new switch? It should be fairly straightforward, but you know, if they can get something as 50% wrong as that, or 100% wrong as that particular label, then you sort of wonder what else aspect of that diagram can they get wrong, which will not be that fun. Now I'm lucky in that I have standing in the wings, I have a very talented electrician friend through Real Love Guitars, a guy called Rickard. Hello Rickard, if you're watching, out there in Portugal I think, and I can always kind of go begging him for help to solve a problem, and we would pretty soon discover if Fender had made a mess up of their wiring diagram. So these are all going in pretty nicely. I'm conscious that the Tang on this on these frets may just be slightly wider than the originals, particularly since we've had to glue some repairs along the edge of the slot. So when you do that, there's always a chance that the overall shape of the neck gets changed to a slight back bow, where it might have been flat or with some relief on it before. So I have to keep an eye out for that if that's the case. But so far I seem to be going in okay. There you go. So it's a boring, lovely boring old process, but it's very pleasing, and once I've fretted this, I'm going to have a cup of tea and sit out in the sun for a bit, which is the upside of working for yourself, as I'm sure many of you who probably do will know. Downside is you never make enough money and you can't go on exciting holidays or buy new cars and all those things. But if I were complaining, I'm not complaining. Having the freedom to do things as and when you want and to the standard that you want yourself. I'm just going to give that one another pull down from this far end. Yeah, to have the freedom to do stuff to your own standard is very satisfying. So, the kind of process of fretting seems to sort of speed up around about when we start to clear the neck heel. Obviously we've got all the close together frets right here, and once we're past that, as predicted, most of the damage, in fact almost all of the damage from the chip outs are currently now under the crown of the new frets, but you know, some of the larger bits of damage wouldn't be, hence the need to do those repairs beforehand. So it's a useful little tap just to get that to seat before I go into the press part of things. Glue on my hand somewhere. Yeah, this has been a pretty successful approach to fretting. it's when you have a standard fixed radius, it's much easier. Obviously you can use this. When you have a compound radius, you can't really use this, because no particular fret will be in line with the actual radius of the insert that you're using at any one moment. They'd be close, but they're never exact. So the thing I did when doing compound radii is to do a series of staged inserts out of oak, but shorter than the full length of a single one. So they became a series of close twos, and instead of pressing down to an exact radius, my intention was to tap them all home so that the fret molded to the radius of the fingerboard by using as close as possible a shaped radius on the oak insert, and it actually seems to work really well. It's a bit more time consuming and a bit more old-fashioned feeling. Actually hit my finger there. Yeah, it takes a bit longer and stuff, but it's very satisfying to do. Now you can feel sometimes when they don't want to seat properly, and you give them a bit of a squeeze and they go in. So yeah, when you're doing this, the first thing you see is with your repairs and everything on the flaking edges. Well, when you get flaked edges on the slots, you think, oh god, it's a mess, and then you repair them and you've got kind of glue and sawdust everywhere, and that looks revolting, so that looks a mess. So the whole thing, it feels like you're kind of trashing something in order to improve it. But you have to sort of hold on to your hat and keep going. You have to have confidence that you'll end up with a good result. But it always feels counterintuitive to work destructively. Oh shit, I keep doing this. Holy cow. That's that towel ruined. I have to keep going. It's not the cost of the super glue that bothers me, it's the fact that I keep knocking them over. Damn it. Yeah, where was I? Yeah, ruining things to make them better just doesn't feel right. But there's no way you can refret a new guitar with stainless frets without doing that to it. I've got super glue on my fingers that I'll be very careful of. Come on, get in place. I've turned over the caul, now I'm using the right side up, if you like. I was using the back side of it to begin with, and so this is going to be, it's quite difficult to get it to sit over the gap and fit, which this currently isn't, so I probably should have done that upside down, which I'll now do. Flip it over again, go back to where we were. With a quick turn around. So this is now, you're sort of in a gap between using one side or the other, but it's just a bit too short to use the correct side. So at the moment we started off upside down using the wooden edge of the caul, as you can see, whilst tipping glue all over the place. Hopefully this time round I can. This is the second pot of glue I've tipped over today, by the way. It's not a good day for glue supplies. Still. If we get through, then it's worth it. Hard to use glue. If you put it on a brush, that brush then will clog up very quickly. If you put it on a cocktail stick like I'm doing here, then it's hard to control. Now we'll try the flip over and see if we've got a far enough through to just get the bite on it. Thank you. Thank you. Will do. Now this time we hook onto there, so it's a little bit different. Yes, that's the towel gone downhill, but it's not the big deal. I've had it a while. And I've got more where that came from. Maybe Morrison's probably. Okay, so we're just on that zooming along stage now where it seems to get quicker because the frets are more widely spaced. Just clean up as much as possible as we go. This is quite runny glue as well. Often I use a thicker glue which sort of sticks easier, but this is actually behaving quite well. So it's much of a muchness which you use. Straighten up please, thank you. Come on. So I will stop, I'll go off camera now, but what I'll do is I'll do all of these, and then after that I will bevel off the ends with the fret beveling file, and that's a bit of a harsh file to say the least, and because it will be working on stainless, which is 2 or 3 times harder by at least than the regular frets, it's going to take a bit longer to do. See, the problem with putting stuff on a towel is that it doesn't stand straight, it just flips over on a crease. Anyway, alright, so I'll come back when this is all done, and yeah, no, often if you're doing with regular frets, you can get all this done and then you can clip some of these shorter, but in fact with stainless steel that'd just be too hard to do, so I may well use the Dremel cutting disc to do that, just to get them as short as possible, because the less we have on there for the beveling file to do, the easier it's going to feel, because that is a really difficult process, and particularly when you first start, because the file puts an enormous amount of sideways and snagging pressure on these newly laid frets, which feels terrible. You really don't want it to do that. So anything you can do to minimize that, but having said that, you don't want to end up cutting these too short to begin with. You want them to be just the right length to fret, and then you want to cut them short. So we'll try that with the cutter. Also possible to use a sanding drum as well, that can help to do that. Trouble with the sanding drum, I suppose, as well as the cutter, is that there's a risk that they get too hot if you stay on any one for too long, so you have to be cautious of that. We don't want to melt the binding or set fire to the wood underneath. So, but you know, for great big long overhangs, I don't really want to be scraping away with this file. I want them as short as is possible. So we'll see which is the best way to get to it. And then next thing, after I've done all of this, I won't do fine tuning. I'll probably just get them cut short for today. But the next thing will be to do the neck, redo the bolt holes in the neck, so that we can measure. I'm missing completely. Measure and fit up the threaded inserts into the neck heel, which we've got stainless steel bolts to go in there. So that's it's always a very high stress. No, not the right word. It's a very delicate operation. You've got to get that exactly right, otherwise you can be in a world of trouble, because stainless steel threaded inserts are hard to get in and hard to get out. They're quite destructive if you get it wrong and you need to move them or fill them and redo them. They take quite big holes to begin with, or require big holes. So anyway, So you've got to get that right. Now, it shouldn't be a problem because I've done it on dozens of my guitars already. But you know, I'm going to check, measure, check, remeasure. It's different when it's a customer's guitar, obviously. Okay, so we're getting along fine at this point. These little slight discolorations where I've scripted harder with the stuff debonder, they'll be covered up when we come to oil this out when it's all done. Okay, so anyway, I'll stop you now and come back when this is done, and we'll go from there. Just a quick check-in. I'm for fitting the what am I doing? Where's it gone? I'm looking for something that's really obvious in all this mess. Fire disappeared. That's weird. It stared me right in the face. Anyway, yeah. So what I'm doing is I've just drilled out the original holes in this because the plan is to stick some stainless steel inserts in. Now they do screw in pretty well, but my plan is to glue them in as well. So what I'm doing is I'm using one on top of another with a little bit of paper to stop them jamming together, and then I'm going to set myself up with some Type 1-3 wood glue into the hole, and then I'm going to place this. Now what I found in doing this, that two of these holes are very close to the edge of the fingerboard, but that's just the way it's been done. Not fingerboard, edge of the heel, so that's the way it's been done from the outset. So there's no real way around that, we just have to live with it. But these are quite a nice fit. I think they're sort of in a good shape here. They go in quite nicely. Could, if one wants to go in a bit further, you can reattach the dividing paper and just drive the thing in a little bit more. I don't want to do too much. Funny enough, this little bit of paper is what separates it out quite nicely, keeps it away from the other. Now what I've done on this is I've drilled out the holes on the body, which is under there at the moment, and I have basically got the body ready, and I've slightly over drilled these ferrules, the original ferrules that came with it, so they're fitting on these larger things here. So basically we're going to get a whole lot reattached with stainless steel inserts and bigger holes. A little bit of, if you're going to do this, a tip is to go make the holes through the guitar pocket a millimetre bigger than the gauge of the bolts or the screws you're using. So these are 6s, so I drilled the holes at 7, so there's a little bit of room for play, which means if you find yourself off target slightly, you'll be alright. So these are fitting nicely. Probably might just do a tiny bit more turn on that one. So there'll be a mixture of glued in and screwed in. There you go, just get it down below, just flush with the surface there. Lovely. And one more to go. Clean up, thank you. And you should be all good. Again, I'll use this same bit of dividing paper, dead simple. Just stops the metal binding on metal, otherwise you'll struggle to get them back out again. And what I'm doing is using this here, I'm just making sure these go in pretty much vertically. It's a matter of guesstimates and guesswork. As long as it's mostly vertical, you'll be alright. I've refretted this neck as well, so that's now ready to be put back on, and we shall be in a position to do a setup. Okay, so there we are. This had a little chip in the corner to begin with, and it's the grain isn't fantastic here, but it's not gonna get in the way of anything. There you go. There's the 4 inserts nicely in, and then I wonders where it's gone. So what I've done is I've set it up so that we can use 4 of these countersunk screw heads with their little ferrules on them. So let's find the last one. There you go. So just for demonstration purposes, body with the holes drilled out on the original in the original positions. Like I say, really quite close to the edge of the heel, so would always have been somewhat of a problem. We could potentially have taken them, filled them and redone them, but let's see where we go. Let me just get a feel for this. No, I'm not all the way in. Dear. I've got this in place and now it's not lining up. Let me just take a look. Done. Yes, I don't know why, for some reason that didn't want to go in first time, which was a bit worrying. It's the first bite is kind of like trying to go off sideways. That's not it, you see. Oh, that's not good. That's pulling out the, that's brilliant, that's pulling out the thing. It's not what I want at all, damn it. I have to put that back in. Damnation. So this is locking on for some reason, I don't know why. It's not a very good sign for this damn... No, that's terrible. Right, that's going in the bin, that one. Get out, you. You're binned. You're binned for starters. Right, let's get me sorted out with another one of these. Another one of these. And a pair of these. I'm worried about the biting parts of these, if you can call it that. These countersunk screws, they seem to be struggling to bite, whereas the other ones, these cap-headed ones, seem to be doing all right. So let's just get something lined up here. So first of all, I'm going to get this one back into place and get it glued in so it can stay put. More glue. Thank you. Oh, there's some there. Okay. Yes, it's not great as a starter, but we'll get it to stick. We'll get this in before it's too late. Right, where is the thing? The thing is there. So at least we wound it out on the thread anyway, which isn't so bad. But we'll get this one firmly fitted down. So does that one come out properly? Yep. Okay, so I'm going to leave this to set, dry. But what I really want to know I really want to know is why they're struggling to bite these stainless steel inserts, because they should be pretty spot on. I mean, they're spot on in position, but it's just something about the thread on these. So worst comes to the worst, I'll end up using these cap-headed ones and we'll just use a washer instead. Well, actually they would probably work with these as well. They just stick a bit further out. I kind of like these other ones because they're sort of seated properly. But anyway, let's leave that for now. I'll come back when those are set and then we'll line it up again. Hello my lovelies, welcome to the shed, and here we have continuation from yesterday of Mark's left-handed Ibanez Gio, and yeah, funny enough, those countersunk bolts, a bit difficult to get them to bite into the inserts to begin with, which had me worried. I thought that for a minute they were in the wrong place, but as you can see they're quite in the right place. You just have to encourage them to make that first kind of bite into the thing. So they're not exactly manufactured, they weren't manufactured at the same place. Not that should really have any impact on it, but anyway, the point is that particular brand were just not biting into the insert. Anyway, they are now. I put a little bit of grease on and they're fine. So there we have the inserts redone, neck pulled in on the inserts. We've got the refret done, and the next part now is the setup. Somewhere here, here are the strings which I'll use again. This requires a new nut, so I've got a left-handed nut here which I've measured up for kind of closest fitting. Now, one of the things about this is I could do a, what's the word I'm looking for? Adjustable nut in bone, or I could use a straightforward bone nut, and I go for the straightforward bone nut. The adjustable part is really, I mean, it's not critical. It won't make it play any better or worse. The problem is the Tusk don't make a left-handed adjustable nut, so I don't have an option of doing that. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to take down this nut with this rough sandpaper, and then I'm going to just bottom it out at the correct height. We still will probably have to make small corrections, downward corrections, to make it the right first fret action. That's how it goes. So I'm following the little lines here. It's quite a lot to take off in the first instance. So I just need my board, sanding board, be nice and firm on the workbench here. So now I'm just looking out for the angle that it's pitched at right now, and I'm just going to use the last of the material I need to take off just to square this up to a nice 90-degree angle. And once we get there, I'll go into finer tuning to get it just right. Okay, we're on 90 degrees. Still got quite a bit to come off, so I don't have to worry just yet. It's better if we can get it going all off at 90 degrees. But the nice thing about using this method of sanding is if you're off on the angle, the 90 degrees angle here, you can sort of gauge when you need to correct it by, and just make a small adjustment on the last bit, a few thousandths of an inch of sanding, and then as you get closer to it you can switch it and do the last part with sort of fine tuning, you know what I mean, the last bit. As I say, this will still probably need a little bit of downward work. It's said this loads of times on loads of different videos. It's practically impossible to cut an exact playing action by cutting from the base up. Here I'm just basically starting with trying to get me a close really, but we'll still need to take some down. It's as simple as that. Now just looking at the shape of this, the tiny little discrepancy here between the shape of the nut and the slot, and sometimes it can be that the slot is fractionally off at 90 as well, depending on how it was cut. So it's got to be fairly flexible. So that's better. See, that sits better. Now I get a little bit of flattening out, straightening out now with the fine stuff. Sometimes you end up letting go of it completely. It's actually quite hard to hold on to. So that's tilting forward a little bit, probably, but actually that's quite good for the cut of this slot. So the slot is slightly more than 90 degrees. Just trying to get it fine-tuned. Okay, well that seats nicely. Feels good. Yep. Now it's a little bit thick this way, so I'm going to take a bit off the front square-edged face, which will also remove my markings. So that just cleans that up a little bit. I mean, it's not so big that it won't sit nicely. It just overhangs a bit more than I'd want it to. I want it to be as flush with the edge as possible. It's very much a touchy-feely business getting these down to the right size. That's very close to where I want to be. Lines up at the back edge. It's about the right width, actually, very close. So there we have it. But like I said, it probably still needs a bit of downward adjustment on the slots. It's nice if you, I mean, ideally if you can use these pre-cut slots as you're working, you know, your actual slots to work with. That's great because there's a little bit of unevenness there. It's great because then it's smoother, a bit smoother than cutting them with your own nut file, but it's not always possible to achieve that. Now I'm just going to use this here just to see if there's any gunge on the front face of this. No, just a tiny bit, a square edge. Okay, that's good. Now, what I don't immediately know is how these strings are going to sit, but we can replace these. We're going to need these back on anyway for the purposes of doing a setup. I'm going to straighten them out as much as I can so I stand some chance of getting them back on. These feel like the kind of cheap strings that you get from places like Thomann or from China or wherever, but nothing particularly wrong with them, but they have a particular way that they coil. That's a bit odd to say, but yeah, they're not straight line strings like yeah, it's really, no, is that the right? Now, there's something about the way they coil is different to the way your more expensive brand name strings coil, and I can't remember which is exactly which, but you can kind of tell straight away when they're inexpensive. Anyway, it's as if they come off a larger coil, possibly they do. There may be bulk strings in the factory. I know they'll be in a big box, and the assembler, the person who puts the guitar together will pull them out of a and bulk pack, of course, so they're probably not coiled up in the way that your typical Ernie balls or something are. Now, this is where it gets a bit tricky with bent strings, but we have a little bit of something that might help us here to feed this through. Could do, might do, might not. Sometimes they don't fit all the way through. Yeah, look at that. Shrink wrap, good stuff. Right. So we're going to put these strings back on to allow us to have a go at starting to do the setup using these as sacrificial strings, which is what they're good for. Now this is coiled to heck, so we will never be able to get that through the saddle unless we use something like this, and even then I'm not entirely convinced we'll get it through. Who knows? See, unless I can get the bit out at the end there, this isn't really going to help us at all. And I have a feeling this ain't going to work. Oh, well, maybe it will. Hang on, let's think. Of course it is. I'll just pull it through, but I need it to stay in place. There you go. Right, all my sacrificial strings back on here. So this is a budget end Ibanez with a sort of basic 2-point floating tremolo, but as we've seen already a bit earlier on, one that does return to pitch fairly well. So I'm just going to, I don't need to have loads of string wound onto this thing, so I don't want to be winding forever, so I'm just going to, for the time being, locate this in and see how it sits. It is quite funny, that's definitely greater than the 90-degree angle that's been cut at. Oh, it doesn't look it, but it does seem to sit there quite comfortably. Anyway, I mean, although it seems like it's leaning forward, it's obviously still, it's only mainly because it's sloped anyway, that as it should be. So the idea is I'll get these on again, and then yeah. So this is a 2-point floating trem system, but obviously it's not a kind of dive bomber tremolo system. It doesn't have any locking nuts. It doesn't have a locking nut or any fine tuners or anything like that. So not the kind of thing you would expect to do a lot of really crazy tremolo stuff on, but no reason why it shouldn't at least work reasonably efficiently and stay in tune for whenever you use it. That's the main aim, and it's a very controversial subject for many people who get a guitar with a tremolo, and often it's a budget Strat, and the first thing that happens is that they use the tremolo as basically as is, straight from the factory. They use the tremolo, and their experience is the guitar pretty much goes straight away, goes out of tune, and then they try tuning it up again, and it just keeps repeatedly going out of tune, and it spoils the enjoyment of it. And most people from that early experience conclude that you just can't, well, most people's experience is that each time they get a Strat with a tremolo 6-point or even a 2-point, their experience is it just won't stay in tune when you use the trem, so they tend to block down or lock down the tremolo, and it just sort of becomes folklore, or conventional wisdom, that if you want a guitar that's going to stay in tune, you just have to lock down the tremolo. So everyone does, and you just see guitar after guitar come through with the trems locked, and that just becomes the norm. and then people ask for that because they want tuning stability, and they're not even going to bother trying the tremolo because they know it's, in their experience, it's never going to stay in tune, so why even start with it? And I often enjoy inviting people to think about it differently and say, well, you know, would you have it as a usable tremolo if it stayed in tune? And a lot of people will go, yeah, I mean, if you can, do it. So what I've found so far is that in most of these budget tremolo systems, the principal thing that interferes with the tuning is, most of the time, is the usual suspects, namely the nut and the slack left in the strings. That's usually they are usually the culprits. So if you take care of those, they tend to be pretty good, and everything is in good order. So there, as we saw with the other guitar, the Harley Benton Fusion, that we had a look at two of them for Mark, sent both back. What we found there very quickly is that that particular tremolo bridge wouldn't return to pitch in use, and that obviously isn't good enough, so back that went. Okay, so just looking at the lie of this nut to begin with, it sits there very nicely. It was still too high. Now, you know, I think we're about the same height above the mark on either side, so we can, if I would like, take a small amount more out of it. But this is quite getting to the level of nearly impossibly precise at this point. Much as I'd like to be able to know how much we're going to take this down, it becomes very difficult to read. So if I try and find something that will tell me what the actual height here is, I can't get far enough along to actually measure it, so I would say that height is probably close to, it's about 0.5, so we could take 0.2 off. The problem with taking 0.2 off is that it's almost impossible to measure that much, but we'll give it a little go. I'll take a tiny bit off. I don't want to. You can see that the logic behind this is, if we now try and do this reduction using sanding upwards from the bottom method, it's tidy. You know, we might be able to say, hey, look, we preserved the the original cut of the slots on here, but at looking for 0.2 of a reduction, we're so close to overcutting that then you'll suddenly be in the very quickly in the realms of needing to shim it. So I cannot even measure a 0.2 line on there. It's just not feasible. So we're talking about, if anything, at most the width of a pencil line, or a pen, very thin pen line. So just for the sake of marking something that I can see, but also not really being able to see very clearly what I'm marking at this point in time. Actually, I can't even see that. Let's just do it by a measurement, if we can get at least a measurement out of it. Let's go. We're going to go from. There we go. Let's go from 557. We're going to go 537. Okay, that's the plan. Just a guess. What did I say? 557. 547. That was 10.10, just in those swipes there. I think that would probably be where we're at. There you go, 535. And that's it. Beautiful. Well, we'll stop there, and anything else we need to do, we'll do downwards. But it is over hopeful to, to be able to do it from the bottom up. You can, you know, you can get near, but you can't get all the way, in my experience. And the closer you try to get it, the more likely you are to overcut, in which case you're then going to be on the shimming, backtracking sort of end of things. So let's put this on for a rough approximate tuning. I keep complaining about this particular tuner, I'm so unkind to it. People say, maybe you should put some batteries in it. Absolutely right, I never do. Okay, what we want to begin with is, I think we will have the tremolo locked down to begin with, so I'm going to go and tighten this in so it's out of operation, and I'll start with just using this as a hardtail for a minute. Not hardtail, but nearly. This has only got 2 springs on the in action on the back of here, so there we go. We're down, man. Here's our nut in place. Now that's still too high. Again, I can't really read it from here. It's a little bit lower. We still could take some off. So yeah, I mean, it's probably better to just work with what I've got. Now I think I will do that because I have some thingies, files I want to test. So we'll do that as a separate thing. Anyway, yeah, so there we go. We'll stop with that and then we'll cut downwards for the final bit. Okay, so just to rethink what we're doing, this is now about having refretted. We're now into doing a final setup on this guitar, including fret leveling, which it pretty much will always need after refretting. I'm finding it's about 1 in 20 that I can actually fret accurately enough to not need it, not need any fret leveling, but it's very, very rare. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to set a playing action. Now, right now for purpose, we're setting a playing action primarily at this point for the purpose of leveling the frets. So actually, for those who are thinking about setting of tremolos and stuff, it actually doesn't matter where your tremolo is set for this. I'm setting it flat for the time being. It's just because it's easier to work with in this part of the operation. Obviously, when I set the tremolo to floating a bit later on, or in the final reckoning, it's going to change the action, and we can then tweak the action. But when you're leveling frets, you're really interested in leveling frets for a low playing action as chosen on here, and that's what I'm going to do. Once you've leveled the frets for a low playing action, you can make adjustments afterwards if one part of this equation changes, which it will if we reposition or if we set the tremolo differently. So three components in this case, and first of the three components are the curvature in the neck. The next one is the height of the last fret action as set by the bridge saddles, and then the final of the three components is the first fret action, and we're going to set all three of those low and light so we have a fast playing guitar. Now the first thing to say down here, there's a little bit of black paint flaked off there on refitting that neck. That's not great, tiny little bit. I can colour that in if necessary, but yeah, the first thing we do is check the neck relief, and you can do that by putting a capo and holding the first fret string down on the first fret and also down on the last fret, and then roughly in the middle, 7th or 8th fret, you can see the gap. Now that's actually a bit too much for my liking, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to dial this out by flattening the neck a little bit further. Now when it came, it was pretty flat to begin with, and now since we've slacked it off and it's since curved with the load of the strings, so I'm going to counter that with the tightening in the clockwise fashion, tightening up the truss rod. Now that's okay for now. It may still continue to react. Then we'll set or change the next largest component of the action in this case, and it's going to be these saddles down here. Now these currently are set really high up, so they're standing a country mile off the deck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my gauge. A lot of people use gauges in completely different ways from me, and that's absolutely fine. You kind of get into your own routine of things. I don't really care what the numbers actually are when I'm doing this. What I care about is if I get to a familiar place that that I know of. Obviously slacking that off will change the action, change the pitch quite a bit. So there we are, coming in at about 1.3 mils. That's a pretty low start point, but for an Ibanez it shouldn't be too low. So what I'm going to then do is I'm going to grossly, shall we say, I'm going to just quite quickly change the other ones and make or guess at a 14-inch spread radius of saddle heights. Now this isn't going to be exact to begin with. It's going to be at best a little bit of guesswork, but we're just going to dial it in so we're somewhere in the ballpark to begin with, and then we can go and make some fine adjustments in a second. Now typically people vary what they like, but I like to go from a height on the lower frets, the bass frets, of 1.5 millimeters. That's a good target that I like to get to, across to about 1.2 on the high E. On some guitars you can get even better than that. So in my experience, guitars like SGs tend to tolerate a really low first fret action, partly because the neck is so flexible and so much of the neck sticks out of the body and responds really well to truss rod adjustments. Also, because it's not encumbered by the mass of the body, the neck tends to curve in a very smooth and linear curve all the way along its length, which is great. So those things seem to contribute to making a typical SG neck, pound for pound, respond better than many others. Now you see at that action, that setting, this action is struggling some of the low notes to play some of the no notes cleanly. Most of the high ones are playing, but again a little choked off in places, so we do need to do this fret leveling. we're currently at just over 1 mil here, so I'll just drop this down a tiny bit more, and then we'll go from there backwards. Now on a radius like this, that's good, that's good, fraction too high. On a radius like this, 16-inch radius, should be able to make this play very low. Now we have got stainless steel frets on here, so that's going to make getting to that action with fret leveling, it's going to make that a bit harder. It's going to take longer than the normal nickel steel set of frets. Simple as that, really. So let's have a look. We are at 1.25, just over 1, barely over 1. So these are down a little bit too far now. Add a little bit. Add a little bit, but this is nicely in the range, in the middle of the grove screws range, so it's where the setting ideally would be. Before it was much too high, standing up on its little legs. Okay, so I'm going to give myself this very low action at the bridge, or the last fret as I like to call it. Okay, so that's two components of my action set, and the final component is the sort of detailed height of the nut slots, or the first fret action as I call it. Now if I aim for a typical target action of 0.3 or 4, I'll go for 0.4 to begin with. And the reason I'm saying that is that because I'm working with some unusual files. And I'm going to stop and start the video here because I want to use this section as a separate thing, so hold on. Hey folks, Sam here, Really Love Guitars. I'm using Mark's Ibanez Gio guitar, which it's a left-hander, which I've refretted, reset the neck, or redone the neck bolts with threaded inserts in the neck heel. So refretted with stainless steel, and just about in the process of setting up. But it's now I've done the neck relief and the last fret action. Now it's time to do the first fret action with the new left-hand bone nut. Now I've sanded that to almost the right depth, but the remainder of the cut in the slots is going to be done with this here thingy, these files. So I want to introduce you to a set of files that I'm just trying out. These are loaned to me by John, and they're the Hosco, made in Japan Hosco set of files, and these are basically a 10 to 46 set. Now what's interesting about these is they're about half the current price of the other files that I used to, or typically used in the past, which are these Hiroshima nut files. Again, Japanese made, double-sided things, but as you can see that they're down at the small sizes, the 11 for example, they're incredibly flimsy. They also are very expensive. They weren't so much a few years ago, but because they're expensive and flexible, and you quickly find out that a 9-gauge set is too narrow for actually using 9-gauge strings. And partly the reason for this is that when you cut the nut slot with a flexible file, it almost certainly wiggles, and you create a snaky slot rather than a dead straight one. And that snakiness allows the string to move, but it just takes away any leeway or any kind of spare extra space it had that it needs to move cleanly in. So I finally ended up with a one set to rule them all, which I then sort of modified by clamping them between kind of used blades, and kind of just a little bit of a trick to keep them first of all straight, even when they're really thin, and that seems to have worked pretty well. But again, that set now, looking to replace them, will probably be about 130 quid, something like that. By contrast, John has well, he asked me what to recommend, and looking around at the various alternatives, it struck me that these files are actually a really good alternative, and there's a reason for this, and I've drawn it up on the board a couple of times now, but I'll give you a sort of reference to it. Sorry about the noise. So what you see, here's my little sketch of, there's your nut, okay, and there's this, let's call, I don't have many colours to play with. This line here is the ideal height you want your first your strings to sit at, right? And you're seeing, let's call your strings, these green things, you want them to sit somewhere about there, and it's this height that you want above the first fret, right? That's what we're aiming for here. First fret going from side to side, and we're always aiming for getting this height correct, because that's what gives you the really good first fret playing action. Now, as I've said, it's almost impossible to cut a nut upwards and to end up with this height being precisely accurate. The closer you get to being anywhere near doing that, the closer you get to overcutting it and ending up forced to either replace the nut, throw a good nut away and reshim it, which becomes an inexpensive and demoralizing process. So it pretty much always has to be ultimately cut downwards from above if you want accurate first fret action, which I do, and I think it's one of the secrets to the guitar playing and staying in tune. Now, conventional files, sort of, let's go and find a good one, right. Conventional files, you know, like the Hiroshima ones that I've used, tend to cut a slot like this, all right. And the truth is, however much you try and avoid it, when you're cutting down, you will always end up with your string in the bottom, at the bottom of a kind of steep-walled slot. Now, ideally, if you do that, use that kind of file, then the idea is that once you've done it, you take off all the excess nut material above this thing. So imagine if you're, oh, that's really good. What you'll then end up with once you've done it all is a cup shape in the new reduced nut, which seats the string at exactly the right height. Well, let's pretend it's there, right? At the right height. That's how I've been doing it for a long time, by using these things that hold them straight and reduce the, if we look at it in 3D, reduce the amount of kind of longitudinal wibbly wobbling which you get if you do it with use those flexible things. Okay, so but the problem with cutting with a straight nut file or traditional nut file is that they do tend to bind. So first of all, they bind when you're using them because they are flexible, and then they start sticking in the slot. So what I tend to have been doing recently, and I recommend how to do this with in my ebook, which is I use a V-notch file, and I, instead of using those steep or thin bendy files, I end up doing that. Now there's no problem with that, and funnily enough your strings will play pretty well. You get to the exact height you want, and you get there quickly with this V-notch file, which is very inexpensive. It's, you know, 1 out of a set of 8, and you get them all. That's a cross section, and it's usually diamond coated. You get them for about £8 for the entire set. So that file alone will do a lot of kind of heavy lifting work. Now the only downside of that is that evidently you can see that it leaves a notch shape at the bottom. So in my ebook, if you're looking to do this on an absolute budget, which is entirely possible to do, I recommend that you use the V file to do the bulk of the work to the strings just above where you want it, and then you switch to what I would call those welding nozzle files, and you just round out the bottom of your slot there, and then you'll end up with nothing risking gripping the string, because you've got a V shape. Everything above the string or going up the side of the string is in a V shape, so you're not going to get constriction. So that's that solved. Now of course it even improves when you cut off all the excess material, which I tend to do. So that mixture of £1 jeweler file plus some of those fiddly welding nozzle files just to round out the bottom is a pretty good combination of things. However, the other way to do it, oh sorry, the thing I noticed then is look at the shape of this thing. What do I really need? I need an object that is stiff, shaped like a V, but with a rounded bit on the end. Yeah. Okay, that would be the perfect thing. So I wouldn't even have to use first one file with a steep wall, or I wouldn't have to use a V file followed by rounding it out. I could just use one file. So when I investigated these things, what I realized, of course, is that they've done exactly that with these files. So they've given you a firm, solid, thick file, looking at it end on, which comes down with a V shape and rounds out with a the correct file edge at the bottom, which is a sort of rounded profile if you look at it really close up. So these basically these files here, these Hosco files, despite looking a little bit kind of, I don't know, they sort of look less precise than all those endless fiddly Japanese Hiroshima files. These are actually both of those things that I was using all rolled into one. So what I was using two items to do, this followed by that, okay, to round out, is substituted by these. So it's I think it's a pretty good solution. And right now, as it stands, I will be switching to these myself at the next opportunity, because there you have the ultimate cutting tool. And then the same thing applies. So basically you use the Hosco file and it gives you the exact shape you need, a V notch with a rounded out bit at the bottom. Okay, and I still recommend, and once you've lined up your string and it's at the right place, then you do exactly this. You basically file down everything that's unneeded above where your strings now sit, because you've made that height perfect. You can take the strings out, file everything off, leave half the semicircle at least, and you've got a perfect slot which is at the right height and isn't gripping anything at all. Now of course you don't need the V part of it there once that's taken away, but it is perfect for making the slot, and it actually allows you to, if you didn't want to get rid of the material on top, you could just use this file and go off and play, and you wouldn't have to worry. Yes, they would look like shark's teeth, but it would purely be a cosmetic objection. There would be absolutely no problem at all in terms of the string sticking. So now the only difference about this for me is that having used my kind of improvised thing with the Japanese files for so long, well, I'm not as familiar with how it feels to cut with these. I've done it a couple of times, but I want to do it another time now just to show you. So you have to be very careful. You have to do what I typically do is I'll knock off the first two strings and work outwards and outwards. So I'm starting with what is the D string, and the D string is the 17, and you have two sides on each one, so you've got to get the right side. Right, so the 17 is the D, right? The 46 is the E. Am I doing this right? Hang on, brains. 46, 36, 26. It's the 26 I need if I'm starting from that one outwards. Yeah, so that's, there you go. Just got to get your head around that. Having 6 different files makes it much easier. So we're going to use the E and the D. Hang on, I'm getting this wrong. This shouldn't be this hard to get your head around. So the top E, then we got the 13 and the 17, yep, and then we go back to 26, 36, 40, yep. So it's a 26. We're on, if the top E is red, so is the A. It's like your strings. If you use rotor sound, so you've got to know which way round this is. This has got both the 10 and the 26 on it. We're going to go with the 26 side, and you just need to, I mean, if these were mine, I'd be writing it on here in permanent marker. So I'm going on the 26 side. The first thing I'm going to do, as always, is I'm going to measure what the current height above the first fret is. Now, because I'm working with these new files and I'm not confident exactly on how they work, I'm going to go with a little tiny bit of a safety margin. So instead of 0.3, which is usually my target, I am going for 0.4, which is hardly any different. But so what you do is you raise this up and you get this file at any length, any part where you're not going to bang into the tuners, and we're going to just start cutting. Now I want to cut in the angle that the strings go down and try and keep that a consistent angle. Now this cuts quite effectively, and I'm going to stop and recheck the height. Now it's quite a long way down, and then when you put it down like I do, make sure you're picking up the right side to continue, because that's an easy mistake to make. So I'm looking to take this down in a nice straight cut, angle of the strings going over the nut, and then stop and check my action. And that's basically all it is, but it's the important bit is keep the angle consistent, keep the straight line parallel to all the other strings, do some cutting, and then stop and recheck. And like I said, it cuts pretty quickly and it's a little bit unfamiliar to me, so I have to be very careful not to overcut straight away too quickly, or else I'll be facing a new nut. And I've got tons of blanks, I can always remake one, but I did buy, this is a a specially bought left-hand nut. Now we're very close to the 0.4 first fret action here, and I'm just going to continue a little bit further, again keeping that perpendicular, nicely in line with all the other strings, helps to keep the slot perfectly straight. And it's still enough space for the string to ring, but it's just starting to zing now, which means we're on close to the mark. So like I said, we do have a little bit of leeway because I could go down to 0.3, but I'm going to stick at 0.4 here. Now we're down a size, so we've gone from 26, say it out loud if you can't get your head around it like me, to 36. Okay, and we do the same thing, 36 side, and then we've got less room to use here, but we can use this end part of the file, and it cuts pretty quickly. Now what I don't know about these as compared to the Japanese, sorry, these are also Japanese, the Hiroshima nut files that I'm more familiar with, I don't know how quickly these wear. That remains to be seen. At about £70, these I believe are, well, they seem to be about near getting to close to half the price that John was looking at spending if he'd have bought the Hiroshima nut files that I'm used to. So the fact that I can already feel that these are very positive in the way they cut, probably because they're new, but also that because they're all pretty much the same thickness in terms of the tool itself, there's a nice consistency in how the tool, how you can use it. So there is something nice about that. It seems to be making a very nice 36, a very nice cut, and easy to work with cut. And it encourages you to cut straight as well, which is really good because of its stiffness. Right, we're just on the mark there, which is great. We'll stop there. Now we're putting on the low E, which is going to be 46. And we're going to work with that one, which is miles off at the moment. Now, one quick thing. What I tend to do with these, is I tend to get a brass brush and just, once I've done, clean the teeth of these things. It doesn't hurt to keep them unclogged. It probably won't make them last any longer, but it'll make them cut better while they still last. Okay, double check, 36, that's 46, and here we go into the low E slot. Again, angle of the string, angle of the cut, backwards. Now you don't have a lot of room here. This is about to bounce off the low E string, so you've got to be working with fairly short strokes. Okay, again, get the correct side, 46. I've never had this problem before of using the wrong one, so it's something that I would have to mentally keep cross-checking so I don't get caught out. Okay, well I'm not, by the way, before anyone thinks this, I am not in any way supported by, paid by, have any connection with Hosco at all. I'm just reporting on what I find from the point of view of somebody who has done this operation thousands of times already now. So I think it's probably I think it's a worthwhile opinion to make this comparison, having used certainly done this cutting so often. So right now I would be quite happy, judging by how it's gone so far, to spend on these. I'm going to just about, am I going to stop there? No, it's still quite a bit of space. Yeah, these, because you've got this sort of notch thing going on here, these do feel very positive in the way they cut, and I'm encouraged by that. Like I say, the unknown is their overall lifespan. But then again, you know, if they lasted a year, you might say, well, a year of such positively easy nut slot cuts, it may be worth the price of replacing them. Okay, there we are on the mark. Okay, so now we go to the upper register. We start working outwards from the G string, and we know that that one it's 10, sorry, is it? No, where's the 10? There's the 10, 13, 17, we know it's the 17, right? Flip it, 17. So it's these in order, right, with the no numbers facing me. Okay, again we get the position right. This backwards angle is critical for the string to sound right and to play correctly. Stay where you've got to stay, please. In a way, the nut top itself doesn't need to slope. There's no value in the nut top sloping. What has to slope is the slot. That's where you need it to slope. So you've got to make sure that you're cutting at a definite angle. Now what that angle is subjective in many ways, but it's got to be, ideally I would say it's the sort of average of these strings going backwards over the nut. That's what you're aiming for, sort of to mimic that. Now it may mean that you have to then cut for quite a long time for that to bring the front of the nut down to the correct first fret action. But I don't find that's a problem so long as I'm getting the right action and preserving the correct angle, break angle you might say. Okay, so it's about priorities. If you find that then you're too deep in the nut slot for your liking, then we'll take some of that off afterwards with a file. That's the way to do it. So still quite a bit of space there. Flip it to the blank side, keep going. Now the only downside about going deeper into a nut slot like this is you do slightly run the risk of drifting. The file can sort of lead you off to one side a little bit if you have to go too far, so you've got to keep an eye out for that. It's just on the mark here. Okay, over onto the B, which will be the blue one facing me. So there's my logic how to do it. Blue one facing me. Again, get the angle right, get the straight line right. So typically you start by cutting the back edge of the nut, and then you bring the whole, you start cutting the angle into it first. And you have to do a bit of that before you start bringing down the front of the nut and start adjusting the angle of the first, sorry, the height of the first fret. Oops. So it's quite just on the mark, that's good. It's quite a hungry cut. It's actually much more direct than the files I've been using, so I have to be careful on these high strings not to just go way past the point too quickly. And you can see this one cutting the back first to get the correct angle into it. It'll be so quite a while before we get to the front edge there, which is the only point at which the actual height is going to start adjusting. Well, John, I would say from this first use of these, get the right side, oops, it's not glued in, so it's trying to move a little bit. From the first use of these things, I feel encouraged to get some for me. I mean, technically I don't need to, as I've spent quite a lot over the years on nut files anyway, so I've got enough to be working with, but certainly at the point that I feel flush or want to get some more, or I feel the current set is just proving unworkable, then I will invest in some of these, because excuse me, these really are a sort of critical tool of the trade for me, when so much of the playability of a guitar rests in the correct cut of the first fret, the nut slots and the correct first fret action. Tiniest bit more now and we'll be there. Okay, that's good. So, having done that, I'm now going to just come on, you can work, yay! Okay, so Hosco made in Japan files. Oh yeah, let me just do my brushing bit. Hosco made in Japan files. That's a pretty confidence-inspiring session from my perspective. Like I say, having done this many times before, I think it's I'm reasonably well qualified to have a feel of them and have an opinion on them, so it's up to you. Like I say, I'm by no means in any way connected with them. As always with anything I've used, if I think something's done well, then I think it's worth recommending to other people. Just because things that are done well deserve recognition, and if they're done well and they're half the price of some of the competitor or some of the other stuff, then they're worth recommending. Okay, so now I have an ultra low action around all edges of this. Now partly that isn't playing because it's hitting the pickups, which doesn't help. So we'll dial those in a little bit, and then I'll do a run through. I'll check. Well, I won't do any more checking because I know that it's a little bit zingy and it needs a bit of a little final tweaking of the fret leveling. Obviously, I'm taking these actions down now because I made quite an adjustment now to the action, so the pickups are going to be very close, and helpfully close in some cases. So I'm just moving them out of the way so they don't obstruct when I play. Okay. Right, and then I can just not bad. A little bit there. Okay, so I'm going to get her all lined up for a fret level. To do this, I will pull off some of the strings and just line up and get as much painted off. It's a little bit slower. I could take the whole lot of the strings off and do it all in one go, but I don't mind doing it slowly. I have already radius block leveled these a little bit with the 16-inch radius block. That's because I knew there was some unevenness, and I've sort of got the process started. Get out of this slot, would you? Thank you. So yeah, so I've got it started, and this bit now will be aimed at just tidying up the last little bits of unevenness, so this plays as well as it can, as low as it can. I mean, the thing about this is that Mark isn't going to know how this played out the box. I mean, I'm not a left-handed player obviously, so I can't really tell you how it played as such, but I can tell you how high and crappy the action was. But you know, it's one of the things that's always a shame in a way when someone sends a guitar to me direct from the manufacturer, that they don't have that extra bit of knowledge of how it played, because that's often, you know, where somebody gets a sense of the value of having somebody set up their guitar for them, you know, by having a lot of knowledge of it playing the way it does originally and then seeing the change. And of course, if you never have that time to get to know how it currently plays, then you just get back hopefully a really nice playing guitar, but you don't just get a sense of the scale of the change. That's a bit of a downer for me, because I'd like them to always have that experience of it, but anyhow. Okay, so I'm just going to tweak one more time the tuning. Okay, that's as close to tuned as I need it. Now, the fun part now. Here we go with the leveling. And we're dealing with a very flat one. I'm going to use a new piece of sandpaper on my thin banana. And it's the same basic principle as every other time I've done this. Nothing different for a left-handed guitar other than it's back to front, as far as I'm concerned. And the only downside of a left-handed guitar, of course, for me is I can't really play it. I can't play a right-handed guitar, but I can't play a left-handed guitar very well to check it out afterwards. So the idea of this is to very carefully calibrate the truss rod until it's following the curve of the neck. Now the neck curve, the relief curve in this neck is going to be very slight because we set it pretty flat. Okay, so you can see I'm going backwards and forwards. I'm making a tiny adjustment and checking to see the point of where this bar is exactly the same. Now it's there, so I know the bar is now, the banana as I call her, is now mimicking the curvature in the neck, and I pull aside the low E string, whoops, and I now drop the sandpaper covered bar into that space I call the E track, and then I let it work up and down. And now, because it's 24 fret and this bar is not as long as even a 22 fret, completely as long as 22 fret guitar neck, you still have to work it backwards and forwards a little bit, but it's retaining the same basic curve as you do it. Okay, so I'm just letting this work pretty much under mostly gravity, and I'm being sure to go right to the edge, because on when you refret, you know, the area that you're possibly likely to get a bit of standing up is the very edges of the frets. So it's always worth going right to the edge with, well, very good idea to go right to the edge. Keep losing plectrums. Oh, there it is. Anyway, so the main thing at this point is, remember, we've got the action set where we want it here, the action height set where we want it here. Ignore what the tremolo is or isn't doing. Now we're getting what I would call at this point fret slap, not fret buzz. And it's making me wonder whether the neck hasn't just slightly adjusted still further. Excuse me. It's also a bit low anyway, so I'm not sure if there's much point going after a millimetre on the last fret. I'll check both things again. I'll just check this action here, which is showing up as just over a millimetre, which isn't much, and then just visually check the neck relief, which is very, very flat. But I'm going to just go up a tiny bit on this because you really don't need to be working at millimetre for this kind of guitar. 1.5 is my target, and it seems a bit crazy to paint myself into a corner with much less. Okay, 1.5. Obviously this is going to be a slight gradient, but it still needs to be fairly close. So if that's 1.5, we want this one about 1.4, which it isn't. So just a quick bit of fine tune. Yeah, probably. And 1.3, tiny bit more, but not much. Yeah, 1.2, 1.1, 1.2, that's about right. Okay, let's have a listen. So it's pretty much flat in terms of leveled frets. The only thing that's happening is because the neck is very flat, getting a tiny bit of fret slap, as I'd call it, when when we hit the strings hard, and that's pretty much the result of a low action and a small relief, a small amount of relief. So it's one of the things you have to decide on your playing style. You know, if you want extremely low, that's fine, but you typically can't have extremely low with very flat and be able to hit the frets hit the strings very hard. The harder you hit them, the more they rotate and the more clearance you're going to need, and that will require more relief and or higher action. So there's a bit of a play-off. If you're not a kind of heavy hitter, but you're perhaps more of a lead picker or a shredder or something like that, then you're not going to cause so much spinning of the strings, and they aren't going to require so much room, and you can get away with a lower action and a lower relief, less relief. Okay, so now we're on to the A track. I'm just blending the A track across into the D and the E on either side. And then a test play. Tiny little bit right at the top there. So what we're getting is we're aiming at this point to get the lowest feasible, close to the lowest feasible playing action for an average sort of hitting, strength plucking technique. Okay, and like I said, it has to be a bit of a compromise because you can't make it work at a low action for everybody with a big heavy hitting style. But in setting this for this low light action, then obviously what somebody can do is back the action up away from that and increase their strength of their strumming hit and so on. So I'm aiming to give this guitar to Mark with its lowest possible playing action, should that suit his you know, maybe shredding lead guitar playing style. But if he's more of a chord rhythm player and wants to hit it hard with heavier strings, then you probably want a higher setting, which you can do. Obviously you can go back up from wherever I've set it, but the important part is, and the bit to stress, is that what we're doing is we're removing the inbuilt limitations that typically stop an owner or player from choosing a low action themselves. Tiny little bit there. I'm going to recalibrate here just to be sure I've got it right. Yeah, so most guitars that you have played will have an action on them, that a playing action that's basically dictated by the degree of unevenness of the frets underneath the strings, and that's the sort of default. That's the way it will come out of the factory. And what I'm doing here is doing it different. We're choosing the target playing action and setting that first, and then making the frets comply with that. So it's a nice and different approach. So you're not, how the guitar feels to play, or how the guitar plays, is not dictated by the condition of the uneven frets. Just taking back control of our guitars. I'd vote for that. So now this one, in this position, we need to just increase the curvature a fraction, and the amount is so tiny that that's probably overdone it. Actually no, that's spot on, but the amount is really, really minuscule, which is what I like about this process. It's so precise, and also if you're using 400 grit like I am on this bar, you can see where it's cutting, but if you're using 400 grit, you've got quite a long way to go before you run into severe problems. Of course 400 grit can take down your frets to a point you don't want to take them, but it's one heck of a lot more slower and more forgiving than something like this that I started out using for fret leveling, which is a big old metal file, and I can remember the sound going up and down the neck. And of course that does definitely remove metal and flattens the frets all right, but it does it in such a way that takes quite a lot of metal off. Brilliant, perfect. So yeah, I don't like to use that method anymore, but you know, it works and it's better than doing nothing, and it's a way that many people learn how to do it, and you know, and it's great that it gives them the first taste of level frets and what that means for the action that they can set on their own guitar. And you know, the only downside, like I say, is it costs you a bit more in metal than I'd want to pay. And the reason for that is partly because it's so hungry and destructive, but the other reason is because you can't stop at a point where you know that the action you've chosen plays, and you don't need to take any more metal away. Whereas this method allows me to stop exactly when it's playing. The other method with the file, you have to use a fret rocker, which is great for measuring a completely level set of frets, but in chasing after a completely level set of frets, it costs you more than you need to in metal. And the reason that is because you don't need a completely, absolutely level set of frets to play at this chosen action. You just need them level enough. Now if doing it that way saves some fret metal, i.e. the life of your frets, and I think it's worth pursuing it that way. That's my theory, and that's why I do it this way. So backwards and forwardsing to try and get this Right, and you can see the amount of change in this you couldn't spot with the naked eye. It's as simple as that. But the physics of it don't really lie, so it's really nice to have that accuracy. And then once it's, I mean, obviously, even as soon as I've done it, even putting the bar on here will deform the bar very slightly, and so on and so on. But you know, as long as you're careful, like, you can overthink it. My experience is that this has produced consistent results again and again and again. So, including its sort of slight vagaries, it does work really well as a method, and I'm happy to continue doing it. Okay. Now, the only downside on this at all is I'm left with a tiny scratch here of where the damn beveling file skipped on my precious stainless steel frets. And of course, instead of that point being the hardest things known to man, oh, then it decided to gouge into the frets. Now we've got a low fret here, and that's at the point of that gouge, tiny little gouge. So I'm going to take a little bit more time on this last top E track. Yeah. Now this is, I say, this is just a fact of life. When you use the beveling file, it has a can skip as you're using it, because you have to use downwards and sideways pressure all at once. And if you get the component of those two forces slightly wrong, the thing lifts up and skips over your newly pressed frets. And in this case, it's done that. I used to pretty much do it almost on every set of frets I would do. You almost couldn't avoid it, but this is now done it on this one, and it's done it at exactly the point where it makes the high E just go a fraction low. Now, if that hasn't cured it, it might almost be worth replacing that one fret. I shall see. Tiny little bit more. We're almost there. Yeah, thankfully it's not so deep that it's going to be impossible to restore. It's just one of those things that, and anyone who's done a refret knows that dreadful feeling when it when that damn file skips up and tears into the tops of the frets. You kind of want to cry when that happens, particularly on the occasions where you've managed to get yourself a perfectly laid set of frets, and but for that scrape you could pretty much just polish them out and go. A tiny bit more. This is the other thing I have to remember with stainless steel is that it's a lot harder and takes a lot longer to work than the regular stuff. And actually, in this previous stainless refrets I've done, one of the things that I had to recognise is I'd eased off the levelling too soon, because it just felt like I was going too long. But in fact, because it was so much harder, yeah, everything, including the sanding, everything about working with the stainless takes about 3 times longer to do than the regular stuff, which can feel, you know, it can feel quite scary. If you've never done it before, you really start to think you're going to be kind of taking all the fret metal away. Let's see. Do the tiniest little bit more, and then we'll be done. And then after this, the next stage in this is to will re-crown or re-profile the frets that we've now levelled off a little bit. And that will be to remove any sharp edges, or to reshape the flat spot, I should say, into a nice arch shape again, so that the intonation point is in the correct place. And then we'll polish them out. I'm going to work that a fraction more, I'm nearly there. What I don't want is to be any scratchiness left on there. So, given that we've got stainless and they're very tall, we've got that space to take it down and book them down. So, 1 second. It's not exactly hot in the shed, so still, it's like gives me a cold. Right, so here we have mucky levelled frets. Now what I'm going to do is take the strings off. And this time, they'll be good for throwing away. But obviously this guitar's now had a refret on the neck and had some work done with the neck inserts and the heel inserts and so on. So it kind of needs a bit of a clean up. So I want to give it a dust off and clean up while the strings are off and before I put new strings on. So there's that to do. But I'll do all of that after I have re-crowned the frets, and after I've polished all the frets out into a playing condition. Then we'll stick, well, first of all, in a minute we'll stick on this nut, stick it down with a little bit of glue, and then we'll, once it's stuck down, I'll just take off some of the excess material above where we need it, because it looks nice and tidy, but we don't want the strings sitting in a big slots anyway. It just doesn't do it for me. So I'll do a careful filing down, and then once that's done and the sanding of the frets, polishing of the frets is done, and I'll give it a clean out, then I'll oil the fingerboard for the first time since the refret, which, since it's also been sanded, if you remember, then it will really benefit from that moisturising effect of the oil. There goes the nut. I spotted it. Catapulted. Right. I'm going to cut these in half for this time being. Okay, switch back to the non-Grandad style glasses. I'm a bit annoyed at the late non-show, the no-show of a switch I bought for Dan's Richie Kotzen Telecaster. It seems to be taking forever for this particular part to arrive. Well, it's been slowed down because I've discovered bit by bit the parts I've needed as we've gone through, so it's kind of revealed itself slowly, but yeah, I don't like having to put it on hold for another whole weekend. It doesn't feel good to me. Still, that's where it is. I also want it out of the house, as in done and gone home to its owner. Okay, let me just wipe that off off a second, get some glue, get a cocktail stick, toothpick, whatever we want to call them, and get this nut on. I've had so much fun with super glue these last while. Yesterday and the day before, each day I spilt a pot of glue on each day. Why, oh why, I don't know, but I did. And yeah, cost me a towel yesterday, and cost me half a pot of glue the day before. So basically, I just haven't got strings to hold this down. That might have been a good thing to do, but I'll just let that set for a minute. So meanwhile, I'm going to mark the tops of the frets again, and this time I'm going to go over them with the fret crowning file, the Stumac Beastie, and then we're going to just reshape them so they're nice and arch shaped, and after that get set for a fairly lengthy, long drawn out polishing session, which I won't bore you with, and I'll just basically go off camera and do it while I listen to the radio, at which time it is currently nearly time to listen to radio-ish sort of thing. Okay, so we've got jumbo frets here, so we get the jumbo fret leveling bit, and then the game is to reshape the flattened bits whilst retaining a little bit of this marker pen on top of the fret crown, so that we know that we haven't reduced the height of the fret. That's what the marker pen is there for. It's quite clever, useful little diagnostic thing. Now, this being stainless, again, it's taking noticeably longer to round off the frets, and it also takes more of a toll on the tools as well, so it's why it's more expensive to do, and pretty much everybody who does this sort of thing will charge more for a stainless refret, as much as anything to cover the costs of the wear on tools, because it will end up with you needing to buy new ones much quicker. I'm using the opposite end at the moment to get a bit of fresh diamond teeth into this. You get in the habit of using the same end all the time, and I guess it wears it out. I've said several times, you know, I've had this, been using this tool now for 4 years or so. So at £100 or so or whatever it cost, I think it was more like 80 back then. You know, it's certainly proved its worth. There's no doubt about it. Can't fault it. Evened out over the years, and it has made the whole thing easier to do. Okay. 24 frets. Not very good camera angle, but hey. finally. Okay, so we are ready to wipe some dust away, and then we'll get ready to mask off and ready to polish out. Now while I'm at it, assuming that this is actually fitted glued on there, and I can't say how solid it will be, but we can then take a file to it and do some reduction. It's quite, you have to kind of keep a close eye on how much you're taking. But I say this is, all of this material here is excess. Now you've got to have a steady hand and be confident you're not going to slip and bash the frets, because that just would be the final straw. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. So with great care I am working down the excess material on the nut. Not easy, but tidies it up and it will reduce the slots to a more reasonable size. Now as yet we're not there, so I think the secret is probably just to make sure that you don't put too much force into this, and just take more time than less, if you get what I mean. I like to have a second finger on the file wherever possible to know, just to know what it's doing. You can now see roughly where we're at. Now the difficulty is you've got to take off enough so that you end up with a lower nut, and you don't need all that excess material, but you don't want to cut down too far so you lose the cup part at the front, so you've got to be very careful that doesn't happen. Rounding off around the back edge, which is just all that will do is just catch your fingers for no benefit, so you don't need a straight line sharp edge around there. Also the front edges of these would be good to tidy up too, but once I've done it with the hefty grade file, then we can do it with a finer one and just take it down to get rid of the scratch marks if you can. And a bit over the edge, take off the curvy bit, or take off the edge there. That's alright, that's alright. And then the only thing you're going to get is a little bit of thing down the front. Now for that we'll have another file in here somewhere. It will be a better one to use. If I can find it. There. Finally. Mucky. This is the file I used to use for crowning the frets, so it's got a safe edge on it, which means you can run it around without destroying the fingerboard, but it's good for using to round off these edges so that it's a softer surface presented to the fingers. And the same at this end, so safe edge on the wood, and you just use it to round off. You can even do that a little bit to the front edge of here. Ooh. A little bit to the front edge, so again it takes the knife edge off the front. Just reduces wherever your fingers are likely to catch and feel the sharp edge of it. I think it's fairly fine, so you can also go over the top of this. I think it's a bit tired, this file as well. So right, so there we have it. There's our nicely reduced nut. Next step now is to mask it all off and get it polished out. As I say, I'm going off camera to do that. It's pretty boring. And then I'll polish it all out, and then we'll clean the guitar, and then we'll do the restring and the tremolo set. Okay? And here we are. Ta-da! Polished out. Twice as long really as normal frets because they're stainless. In this case I added some 600 extra 600 grit into the sequence, so a couple more, actually 4 pieces more 600, just to make really sure that we get down to the nice playable smooth finish. And then from that to 1000, then 15, and then micro mesh set all the way to 12,000 on the micro mesh papers. So yeah, longer than usual because of that. Not only because of the additional papers, but also spent longer on each one to make sure it worked. So just knowing that it's stainless, so it needs that length extra time really. Right. So going to get all of the paper off, dust everything off, give everything a clean over with a nice clean cloth and some naphtha solvent, and then I shall thingy the fingerboard oil. Come on. That's the idea of wrapping these bits of masking tape around, so you at least have a tab left at the other end to pull off. That's the plan. Usually works mostly. And all that filthy paper gets binded. Nice. Get a grubby cloth to begin with to get off the bulk of any dust, which there's usually a fair bit, including on the headstock. And down the sides of the neck in the horns, down the sides where it builds up a fair bit, and then get ourselves a clean bit. Now currently I'm a bit on the grubby side, so I'm just going to clean my hands off of this, which is not what I'd want to be putting on the guitar. Actually, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything to poly. It can't dissolve poly because it's not the same kind of solvent. But this, if this was, if you get this stuff on nitro, it eats it up because it's the same base solvent, really. Okay, so now just for the sake of a good overall clean, it's amazing how good compared to when I was actually doing it, doing the refret and obviously getting the chips sorted out. It's amazing how good this looks now, whereas it really didn't before. It had loads of those little dents and bits of glue and everything sticking up. But this is actually quite difficult to clean to a shine because it's black basically, and nothing black ever clings to shine. So I'm going to do the best I can do for now, and then once we're indoors later on, or at the end, we'll give it a once over while we're away from the workbench and all its dusty attractions. We'll go down the edge with some solvent and just get rid of any stuff that's sticking to the plastic, which is often quite a lot because the plastic's just waiting to be discoloured. Anything that wants to stick to it. Okay, and then I'm going to go down the whole fingerboard with this cloth and some solvent, and this will be pulling out any gunge, but it's also pulling out leftover marker pen from the fret levelling and recrowning process. It's a nice sort of last run through to clean up before we put oil in. This stuff lifts, it's a solvent, so it does lift grease out of the fretboard, fingerboard, so it will need the oil replacing, but it's a good clean up stuff. Okay, so we are ready to restring. No, we're ready to oil. Get the old rag for oiling. Old rag for oiling, thank you. Old rag for oiling, right. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Oops, missed. Had fun last night. Went out with did band rehearsal. Took two guitars. Took my recently finished, nearly finished, Trekkie headless travel guitar made of eckie and reclaimed eckie and reclaimed mahogany. So the back of the body is an old pub pool table, made from the side of an old pub pool table, and the front is reclaimed eckie, which is this ancient material used in a local power station. I'm going to remove these because they just get harder to remove once you put the strings on. Okay, so what's the process now? Well, the process is we're going to basically restring, and on the restrung I'm going to stretch the strings out as much as I can, and then I'm going to set the tremolo into floating mode, and then she'll be ready to go. Now obviously the only thing I can't do to my satisfaction, as I mentioned before, is play it. It's just how it is. Now before I put the strings on, I am going to get the what's it ready, truss rod cover ready, because as far as I know at the moment, from when we were doing the setup, that was in the right configuration. I was happy with how that was, so I'm not anticipating we need to make any alteration to that. Okay, that's the plan anyway. Tiny little screws here. So at this point onwards, having cut the nut slots to the correct height and cut them correctly so that we're pretty confident, especially with those new files, that they're wide enough and they will allow the strings to run freely without any sticking or friction. Because of that, we're now in a position to, well, from this point onwards, we want to be listening for those. Now, have I got a brain in my head? Ah, yes, it's 8s, isn't it? For this, 8s for this. Yes, it is. It's 8s. Now, this won't pull as much relief into the neck, so we may still need a truss rod adjustment. But these are ultra fine. Now, my question that eludes me is what's happened. Have I just taken the? Is this it? I've lost my. Yes, this is it. I lost it for a minute. That was worrying. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the strings through. Oops. And we're going to restring and then stretch out. And then, once that's done, we're going to have at the tremolo. Now, these are standard, these are ultralight strings, but even the slots that I cut for effectively a 10 are still going to be well within the range for the right size. They're not going to rattle around in that. It's been my experience that you never need to get that specific with. I mean, the manufacturers don't. They make nut slots well capable of fitting the highest gauge string size. It would be stupid if they didn't. You know, if they cut them to such precise tolerance that they could only work with one gauge of strings, they'd be in trouble all the time. Anyway, okay, so we have. Oops, sorry. Smack. So yeah, the plan now is to get these on, stretch them out as much as we can safely do. I've got some gums on the back there I need to clean off. Stretch them out safely, because with such a fine string as this here 8, I really don't want to break it because I don't have any 8s, and that would be putting pause on everything in order to go and get another string. So that's not what we want. So in the stringing part of the game, ideally want these to line up straight through if I can. Line them up straight. Line the tuners up. Yeah, so we're going to get it stretched out, being very careful of the high E, and then once we're stretched out, we'll go and just do the standard, inverted commas, standard Galeazzo Freddua method tremolo set, which is going to be very straightforward, nothing complex about it. Get under there. It's not going to be a journey, is it? Thank you. Over the top the first time, and then under the second time around. And then we need the small cutters. Actually, I need to back off enough to give me room to get in there. Now, like I said, at this point, as soon as you're putting strings on now, you're listening to hear for any pings or for any sense of drag, but it's usually you'll hear it in pings. So if the string is sticking, it'll ping as you tune it or as you wind it on, and that's your first indication if you've got any friction. It's going to cause you problems with your tuning stability. Over the top first time round. Actually, as this comes round, I can cut that bit off whilst holding that one-handed, and then this time under and to tension. Now this will not because the gauge is even lighter than we had before, this is definitely not going to lift up the tremolo block plate, so it's going to stay where it is, so we won't have any problem with that. And then we'll follow the Galeazzo method as usual. And then we get the one-handed string cut. Get under. Yeah, so it's very important to be listening out now for any sound of the strings going through the nut, because that is your best indicator. The fact that so far we haven't heard anything is pretty good, but it's as we're doing the stretching and tuning up that you'll really get the feel for it. And if it's cut well from the outset, you won't hear any pings or anything like that. And what also you'll notice is that the tuning feels very positive and linear. So as soon as you move the tuner knob, the string will, the tuning will rise and fall in a kind of linear, direct fashion. If it sort of doesn't do, if you turn it and nothing happens, and then it kind of lurches forward in a big chunk at once, then that's going to be caused by friction, and that will be a problem, a tuning problem. So it's all very important now what you perceive as you're doing this part of it. So your kind of senses are open for the condition of your nut slots is what I'm trying to blab on about. But it's good because in a way there's a stage for each of these things to pay attention to, so you don't really have to worry about it up till this point, but it's at this point now that you'll be able to sense or tell pretty quickly if you've got any tuning nut slot issues. And that condition of your nut slots and the amount of unreleased slack remaining in your strings are the two principal causes of tuning instability on any guitar. A lot of people blame the tremolo for putting the guitar out of tune, and it isn't the tremolo that does it. The tremolo just helps it along its way. It'll go out of tune because of problem with the nut slot and the unreleased slack in the string. So blaming, as I was going on about earlier on, blaming the tremolo is very unfair. It's a bad rap because it isn't the tremolo. Okay, so strings are on. First thing I'm going to do is just sort of I'm not going to do that. I'm going to gently bed them in with a bit of stretching between thumb and finger, just to get them seated and stretched out as much as possible. Wherever the slack's coming from, I don't really care. There's a lot of discussion about whether it's coming from the coils around the tuner or whether it's from the actual string itself stretching in some way or other. It's lots of good arguments for and against, and it doesn't really make any difference. You still need to do this. And if you don't do it, what happens is that you're every time you play the guitar, you will put it out of tune because that unreleased slack will end up coming into play, or it'll show itself as detuning. Alright, so I'm going to do a first tune up. Now, because this is locked down on the tremolo springs, been quite well pinned down. We can tune these relative to each other. Now I'm listening and there's no pinging. And everything's linear. As I turn, the string's tuning, which feels great. Now, I'm terrified of tuning this top E. Simple as that. I don't dare do it, but I'm going to need to pull it a little bit still, and you'll hear how much it goes out of tune by. Now, quick check. What we know is we don't have the same loading on the strings now, so we may expect the relief to be less. Yeah, it's quite flat, but it's okay. Now, here's the fun part. I'm not going to do any more tuning just now because I don't want to break any high E's. I'm going to load up the tremolo arm, and we're going to do the Galeazzo Freddua method of tuner, the E setting, you know the word. Tremolo setting. I'm going to use some thingies. Oh, alright, a big pad. Okay, I'm going to break off a chunk of sticky pads, sticky post-it thingies. And this is going to be the device we use. Now the first thing we're going to do, let's use a different tuner for this. We'll use the electronic one. So what we're going to do, the Galeazzo Freddua method, which is brilliant. We're going to plug this in and we're going to stick it on chromatic tuning. Okay, I'll just check back with my things. Oh, yeah, push your woody mouse, play tuning strings. Okay, so first thing we do is we get the post-it notes and we put. Now that was interesting. Did you hear that? Little pings? I did. Let's come back to that. We're going to put the tremolo bar level, which it isn't yet because it's standing quite high out of the body. So there we go. We're level with the blade thingies, faces, blade. You know what I mean. Bit where it bites the post. Okay, we start with that level, and then we tune G. To G. Then we tune everything else. Right, so now we do this amazing thing. We take the post-it notes out, we let it slack, and it's going to be well sharp. And what we do is we take the we take the screwdriver, and we unscrew the arm, the tremolo claw screws, until we get the G back down to pitch. We can use any string as a test, but we'll use the G. So we're sharp still. basically you kind of tune it by slacking the tension off these springs equally on both sides. This tends to be helpful. What are we on? We're just flat. Okay, let's try this. Hold on. Slightly flat of G. These are very light strings. Sharp on G. Flat of G. Hey? No, that's right. Close. Okay, now that's interesting. I'm going to do this again because I'm not happy with the position that came out in. I need to be okay. Try it one more time. Let's take it back in until it's flat. For some reason, there's not quite as much movement in the range of as I'd want, and I don't know if it's because we've got too much springs and not enough pull on the strings. What I might do, right, that's starting off where I want it. What I might do is I might, out of interest, I might move the springs inwards. If I can lift the damn things out. Thank you. Right, that's no good. Now I haven't got any hands free. Take that off. Obviously we want, with a floating tremolo, we want this standing a little up, and we want it up enough to give us the full range of movement backwards that we want, which is a semitone on the high E, a tone on the B, and a tone and a half on the G. And for some reason that wasn't giving me quite as much as I would want. It was working, but not as far as I'd want. So I'm going to go 2 springs in a line. Okay, so we are starting out. So I'm going to follow the same principles. Going to go moving forward or backwards? It's moving forward. Too far back. Right, let's call it there. Now I'm going to tune to G. Something wrong here. Okay. Oh, I missed a stage, didn't I, idiot? Cut that. So now I need to detune this to G, to E. Glad you spotted that. crucial stage. So we drop the G to an E. Then we tune the G, or the E, back up to a G. Missed a whole step out, didn't I? Ping there. That's coming from the nut. That was on the A. And the E. Okay, now you let this go. Goes horribly sharp. Then you detune it with the screws at the back until the G becomes G again. Idiot me. So A sharp coming down. And this will end up with the tailpiece lifting up higher and give us that proper range of movement. So I missed a crucial step of setting the 3 with a tone and a half into it. Sharp. Sharp, sharp, okay, yeah, I get it. It's flat of sharp. Right. That's almost there. Okay, we finally get there. Sorry, my mistake, missing an entire stage of the process. There we are. Actually slightly flat, so I'll just tighten that up a tiny bit more. And then we are back to tune. Now I know that on the A and the low A and high E, I can feel a ping there. Okay. Okay, so there's so little pull on this that we're in danger of dropping the springs off. That's not so clever, is it? That's what you get with an 8 gauge strings. I think of what I do with that. I think we may. Can we actually get around that? Yeah, if we go back too far, we run the risk of losing the spring. Actually, it's only on that one, funnily enough, the opposite side. How about that? No, I don't know if we can actually get around that problem. Funny, eh? I get the feeling that that would actually work better with a single spring. Let's just try it, just for out of sheer something or other. Let's be reckless and try it. Why not? We're allowed to. Stick a single spring in there, and we'll go back to where we started with and see whether it's gonna work with this 8 gauge. what we don't want. We want this in equilibrium at a point where we can bend in both directions without risking the spring coming out. And that's a big problem we've got at the moment, is as soon as we do that backwards, the spring's dropping off because there's not enough tension. So it could be that we've got too little pull counter these 8s. See, that's too little. I can't think of a way of reducing that such that it works. So one single spring isn't enough, 2 springs is too much. Let's see if we can just get it there. If not, we'll have to go backwards. No, we really want it. Maybe we'll get there. Will we get there? Possibly. We're just about out of travel. I wonder if we got any other kinds of springs that might have a bit more power. 1 instead of none. Kind of difficult to tell, really. They look a bit chunkier, but who knows. There's no way of actually telling. Shorter, longer, slightly shorter, slightly fractionally shorter. Let's see. Stay. So this is taking a bit of toing and froing a minute. Sorry about this. You don't want to use it and the spring to drop off, but I think it may well be to do with the lightness of this gauge of strings. So we've got the range this time, but we haven't got. It's not strong enough. So let's go. Let's remove this one. I don't know how it compares, but we'll try something else. If I can hold it in place. Right, so we'll see whether this spring alone can pull the plate right down to begin with. Probably not. So it's trying to figure out whether we can use 2 light ones or 1 strong one. I have a feeling these are all much of a muchness. 1 strong one, 2 light ones. No. They are much of a muchness. So what are we going to get away with? How's this going to work? Outwards and... That's annoying. So that really doesn't make much difference. But the only chance I'm going to know is go back to the original. But if we don't have... If we run the risk of the spring dropping out, then we're sort of stuck with that on the 8 gauge strings, unless we can actually find some very clearly, specifically lighter springs to use. Okay. One, 2, 3, Move along. Do as you're told. Now you see that one? That one comes off first because the whole thing, for some reason, it's just, sorry, I'm thinking out loud. So that one comes in first and wants to drop off first. How strange. And that one comes off first and the other one doesn't at all. Why is that? Is it that much further in? Maybe it is. Weird. Really don't think there's much of a way around this. Comes there. Well, that's, believe it or not, there's one way of possibly overriding that. Let's see. Hold on, I put one at a funny angle, but it's just about, looks like it might just stop it falling out when it's run out of stretch. Purists might get a right old problem with this. Oops. I'm going to go off line anyway in a second because I want to listen to the radio for now. Right, come on. Right, we are against the deck. Okay, so I'll go through the process again, check it, and then I'll be back. Okay, quick catch up here. Got it as good as it's going to get. Unfortunately, I don't think this guitar is designed with the tremolo as is to work with 8-gauge strings. There's not enough tension to work adequately with one spring. In other words, sorry, 1.5 springs. They're mismatched. The springs are mismatched for an 8, and we don't have any in between strengths. So the problem you get is it's pretty much stable. There's a tiny, just pick up a tiny ping there, which I've still got to just work out. But yeah, the problem we've ended up with is that when you pull backwards to go up, you lose the spring. One of the springs comes undone, and I don't really think there's anything I can do about that unless we had a series of much thinner springs that we could work with. But, so it's kind of tuning is stable at the moment, but it's not really happy with those springs and an 8-gauge, and I think this is just a string gauge problem, which is a shame really. So Mark, I guess I'll have to advise that if you're going to want this to work in floating mode, you're going to have to either explore getting some lighter springs and experiment with them, and I don't really know where there are options to be had, lighter springs or heavier gauge strings. Yeah, that's about it really. So sorry for that, a lot of faffing about and thinking, but it's one of those things. They're very sensitive objects, tremolos, and they don't like light gauge strings. I think that's the conclusion. Anyway, I'll just do these up and then we'll be done for now, and let's see. I'll have a quick email to Mark and see what he'd want to do, if anything. Interesting, just looking at how much I've had to work with sandpaper to ease up those slots. It's interesting that I used a 10 set on those Hosco things, and even a 10 set has left with some pinging going on in there. Not a lot, but a little bit. So that's quite interesting. That's not even solved that. But I guess it's not uncommon. That's why I go with a larger. So I would probably go with an 11 gauge anyway. And if I was buying the Hosco first, if they did an 11 gauge, they might just do one set for all I know. Anyway, that's it for now. Sorry about the itty bittiness of this, and not being able to really play it to you at the end. But here we have it, done up with its nice, what do you call them, 4mm. Is it 4mm? Let's just make sure they're nice and tightly done up. Yeah. Yep. Just so they settle in, they feel nicely done in. Had to lower the action a little bit too, which we can. I'm going to tweak. Why did I turn that off? Turn the light off. I still need to take the action down, just a little tiny tweak, but I'm not really quite sure how this is going to sit. So if for example we end up hardtailing this or something weird like that, then we're going to basically need to redo the action again. So none of this is going to kind of work out, and that's a slightly iffy thing. You see, if the setting of the float on the tremolo is, the string action is very dependent on that. So if you do anything else, change the float, then you're basically going to have to change your action considerably too, which is always a bit weird. So it's constantly changing. But I think the problem is, unless I get hold of some lighter springs and fit them, then what's going to happen is, as soon as Mark, if we were to get some lighter springs and put them on, then what would happen is he would end up with all of this action changing as soon as he changed the springs. So that's a bit of a downer. So I don't know, maybe it's better if I try and find them. That might be the better option. But I still think, well, I'm saying I still think it will be a problem with 8 gauge strings because there's so little relative pull, but yeah, I could be wrong. If there was enough variety in the kinds of springs you could get, then theoretically you should be able to fit enough really light springs to do the job, or a combination of really light springs. Theoretically it should work. It's because the springs are quite firm and the load on the strings isn't that massive. That's why we're struggling at the moment, but there we go. So I'm just going to tweak these a bit more. So this is where I'm going to stop with it for now, which is again not ideal because the first time you bend upwards the spring falls out, which I really don't like. So 1.5, just under, oops, no, 1.5, just yeah, not brill. Like I say, definitely think it's down to loading 8/8 is very light, as you know. Don't have to keep repeating that, but okay. So we're on 1.5 or 5, just under. Now we're way off tune. Let's just tune it one more time. Oh, you thought you'd finished, didn't you? Well, I did too. So there's a ping there still. I've still got to get some more sandpaper in that slot there. B. A, low A, there's only one A. Can't play anything. The only downside is a tiny little scratch on there where I had to eke that out, but I think that's okay. It'll wear with age anyway. It's just about gone, but it's fairly hard work. Anyway, that's all for now. I'm going to take this indoors, think about I'm going to have a look at research. That's what I'm going to do. When in doubt, research, find some information, and we're going to see what we can do in terms of change out the springs. Alright, see you in a bit. Hey, you got the button working again. Small mercies. Anyway, it's Monday and just had a weekend away visiting my mum in hospital, and thanks to many people on Facebook and places like that who sent their good wishes, and she's doing really well considering. There's one little thing left on this fingerboard. It's this tiny little chip that I don't know whether I should continue to work off. I think I probably should, although I wanted to kind of leave it there. Windy as well. Anyway, so yeah, she's doing really well. For a woman who's been through cancer, chemo and stuff, she's had a cancer surgery, broken her back after recovering, and then broken her hip. Once she'd recovered from the back, she fell out and broke her hip, and now she's had a hip replacement, and she's doing incredibly well. She's really feisty, back to her feisty self, whilst in a rehab hospital type place, sort of as a prelude to going home. And she's not happy there, of course, because she's not that kind of patient, but she's hopefully in about a week's time she'll be home. But yeah, she's considering all she's been through, she's remarkably lively and in good spirits, as good as you can be. So I think she wants to hurry up and get out into the wide world and enjoy her remaining time in comfort in her nice flat. I don't know if I might have mentioned it before, but she was a pioneer in one of a group of about 20 women or so who shared an idea of a way of living in their older age, which wasn't one of sort of being kind of put wherever society wanted to put you. So they came together and they created what's called a co-housing cooperative, I don't know, group. Anyway, and it was a mixture of, you know, some of the ladies had property, some of them didn't, and but anyway, they offered different skills, brought different skills to the party, and so what they did was they ended up building their own place, a custom built place from scratch, and it's absolutely wonderful. And it's a women only community, but of course they have friends to stay and relatives and so on. But anyway, they live together, there's 20 or so women in these beautiful flats that they've made from scratch, and they're supportive of each other and very interesting older ladies, and just it's a really wonderful environment to live in. So I'm so pleased that my mum has that to go back to, and they'd not long finally got that built, and she'd moved in before she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. So not a fantastic situation to have been in, but she's certainly now got the best place she could possibly have been ill in, with good people around her. So I'm very pleased about that. Don't mind the pinging of this nut at the moment. I'm not really looking at that. I'm looking at this guitar. Mark sent me down a big chunky bridge, Wilkinson bridge. Now I think he was kind of a mind to replace that bridge with the bigger, chunkier bridge. And just looking at this thing, I'm just trying to ascertain whether or not it would work any better to fit the Wilkinson bridge. What I did notice is that with the Wilkinson bridge came some lighter springs, so having put them on, you can see that 2 of those springs now equals a much further down pitch on the tremolo plate. So there's a lot more give in these springs, so you can use 2 of these and actually do a bit of upward movement without the tremolo falling off. Well, obviously we'd have to reset it, but I'm of a mind to just before replacing the bridge is a nice idea because it's a quality solid bridge, but it's a 6-screw one, and we have here a 2-post one, and actually replacing this is going to be quite a bit of work because we're going to have to pull out those post, and I in this wood in this guitar I have no idea how effective that's going to be. They may be glued in, they may not, but it's going to be quite a destructive process to pull these posts out, because I'd have to then fill them with hardwood and then drill 6 in line. Then you're going to get 2 great big we're going to have to paint over the top of those, and it isn't going to look great. So the reality is the bridge in this thing isn't exactly massively substantial. However, it's still a basic bridge, so what might make more sense would be to possibly look at whether this solid bridge here could be used, depending on the spacing of the screws. Can't really see all the way through there, but we could actually just use the block here. Yeah, we could use the block and the tremolo, possibly tremolo on, who knows. Yeah, it could be the we might be able to use this, because I think that comes out as one piece, so we might still be able to use the Wilkinson. Anyway, the point is that I'm not too keen on going to the whole hog of drilling out this thing, pulling those out and drilling and filling. Now, what I'm going to do is we've got a couple of things. We've got the lighter springs here that came courtesy of this new bridge. We've got a block that we could possibly replace, which gives us a heftier block, which I know Mark was keen on having. I'll keep the original springs off to one side here, the stiffer springs that came with the Ibanez, which aren't really working for us. Now, the one thing I'm going to do is I am going to do a little bit more levelling on here. I didn't want to have to do this, but there is one little scratch on this fret from where the what did we call it? You know, that thing, the file skipped and made some damage on the frets, but I can level that out. It's just a bit, it's going to take a bit longer to do, and I can't really be bothered to record all that again since we've already shown that happening once. But I think the plan will be, I'm going to reduce this nut as well, because it's still pinging away, because it's too deep in the slot, so I want to take that out. So I think anyway, changing this bridge is going to cost us the tune of a set of strings. Now, one of the things that we kind of looked at was the possibility of using a set of 9s anyway, which probably would have undone the problem. Now, this is going to end up sitting back on its haunches when we undo all of these, but I'm going to take them off for now. And unfortunately, it's obviously going to add to the charge of putting on another set of 8s, which I kind of suspected was coming with this bridge change. So what I did was I anticipated that. Now I'm going to reuse these again in a minute, so I'm not going to chuck them away or put them elsewhere. I'm going to just take them off for now, but I'm going to need them. See, there's hardly any pullback. The springs are pretty, oh, the bum's dropped off, that's why. Okay, well, what I'll do is just take these off. So I'm kind of thinking this through. I'm going to cut down the nut for a start, because that's now going to need that. I'm going to check and see if we can replace the block only on the bridge, and keep the thingy, you know, the 2-point floaty bit, just because it seems like so destructive to go and put a whole 6-screw setup onto this thing when we've already got a 2, been engineered for the 2-post floating tremolo system. So let's see if we can upgrade the block anyway. So we're going to get all these strings out the back. I'll just pull this out for a minute. So it is a flimsy, get on there, it's a flimsy little bridge. Let's just put this off to one side, nothing else is going to fall off, everything's out. We could also upgrade, I think this would be better quality claw, so we can swap out the claw as well for one that isn't going to bend. Some people report that those claws are prone to flexing when they're being used, which can also affect the return to pitch. Now, I don't have to be quite honest, I don't find that a terribly convincing argument either, because if the claw is effectively working as a spring in its own right, then it will flex, but it will return to its static position, if you get what I mean. So whilst I totally get that it works as a spring, I don't get that it will be substantially, I can't see it substantially causing failure to return to tune, to pitch, which isn't, by the way, a problem we've had with this bridge. It's not the return to pitch that's a problem. That was a problem on another guitar just recently, yes, the Fusion HB, Harley Benton Fusion, and also not long, well, a while before that, on the a sort of Chinese Gibson Chender Evo, no Evo, EVH, Eddie Van Halen copy guitar. Somebody commented on YouTube, "Give me that guitar and I'll make the tremolo balance." And I have to say, I'm not entirely sure you could have done. I could be wrong. There may be something that I don't know about it. It's more than likely or possible. But in terms of just looking at the logical components of it, you have got, the person in the post was talking about, you've probably got the post set unevenly. Shake, I've done it again. You've probably got the post set unevenly, or some kind of thing, which I hadn't. Obviously, I'm not quite that useless that I'd set it up asking for trouble. But anyway, it's often the case when people watch something that they leap to a conclusion that they could have done better, which is one of those funny internet things. Well, it's not internet, it's just a world of the ego. Anyway, but yeah, so I think quite honestly, I'm not really sure what was getting in the way of that one fusion returning to pitch when used. But it could have been, for all I know, it could have been a combination of things. But it's hard to work out because there are so few components or so few variables at work in it. You've got a pivot point, which you can look at this here, and I've had plenty of discussions read semi-arguments with people about these the blades. Now a point that some people make, which I'm not willing to argue against, because I think they may well have some credibility in the argument. Some people say that these kinds of things are made from what they call it, Chinese pot metal, and so then you have this, they say this falls apart. Now these things, as soon as they come up against they show signs of damage as soon as they come up against any surface, and this does feel, some people. Sorry, the argument is that there are different kinds of toughened steel, for example, versus this, and the softer steel, or pot metal, as people call it, is liable to damage. Now, the issue here, as I said, is do we go the whole hog and change out the bridge? Let's just have a look and see if there's going to get any likelihood that this will come out easily, because that's the real consideration. I mean, we can, but the problem is it's these things are anchored in a block of wood, which only has so much strength in itself. It's not actually too thin. They probably engineered it for a bit of a better grip. Now this baby here is a nicer bridge, but it's much longer, so it has a limited range of movement when it gets to the back, but actually it's still probably within the amount of movement that it needs to act as a good, the word thingy, tilting thingy, a good floating tremolo. Looking at this here, the way this is designed, that's a slightly different design. There's a cutaway on here, which this is actually routed for this little cut in, and that accommodates this bit of space to go around here. So we would be having to physically cut that out as well with a Dremel, or actually it's quite a big piece, so we'd have to chisel that out. So that whole thing starts to look like quite a lot of work. Having said that, it's still quite a lot of work, because to get this off and put it together, we're still going to have to take all of these saddles off to get this block off, and to see if this would actually work. I mean, that's the first thing. Would it even work together? Completely different dynamics let's just try, or sizes, let's try it. Well, the positioning of the screws looks about spot on. That's doable. The question is whether the tremolo hole lines up when the screws. Let's have a look at this thing. Yeah, like I said, it's either which way it's going to end up being quite a lot of work. What I don't know, like I say, is how well attached these are. I can see that one of them's actually they're pulling, so that's actually quite lightly attached. That's a positive, I suppose you could say. Okay, that is a positive. Except when you come to the other one. So one of them's coming out and the other one isn't. See, this is, the more you handle this, the more worn it's getting, or the more, you know, scuffed it's getting, no matter how you try and keep it clean. So my issue here is, will this come out easily? Let's see if we can use a little block or something. Find a block that we can use, and then we want a sort of levery thing, which I think this might do the trick. Give me some wood, soft wood without bits of nails in it. No, everything, would you believe it? Everything has got a bit of, hold on a second. Let's just chop this down in size. A bit of soft timber to work with, and then we can see if we can get a little bit of a lift. We may well not be able to. This is quite a useful little tool. Let's see if we can get any leverage on it. No, tricky. Not enough leverage. So I need something under there which might work as a lever, which I could use something like this. That is coming out quite well, in fact. Come on, out you come. Thank you. Right, okay. So that's doable. So if we were going to replace that with that, we're going to need to cut out this whole section here with, it's just going to have to be a chisel, or a Dremel will probably do it slower, but not Dremel, yes, Dremel, a sanding thing. So we're going to have to cut in all the way down there, which is all hidden anyway, so it's not the end of the world, but it would provide it would be create a different shape in there, and then we would, this is a little bit cut away at the back, and that allows for this little blob on the back of here. So when this one is here, it has a real big range of movement all the way up to the top here. We never will need that much, but the question is sitting flush, is this one, that's still under the level, that's okay, that's under the level of the what's it, but I suspect, if we look at this as the central points, what we have to do is we have to kind of eyeball it to make sure, see, it moves as soon as you, that's the hard bit. We need to just have this lined up where the original, figure out where the original sat, which we can do fairly easily. So put the original in like that, and it would be centre on the post. So we can, if we can be bothered, we can put them back in for a second. And we can see I can pretty much line that up. Perhaps should have done that before taking this out, but what the heck. tighter, that one. So we can get some paper out. I think, having looked at it, I think I would go for the heavier thing, since we're going to end up using most of it anyway. It's as if, well, we might as well use as much of that bridge as possible, and hey, we might as well use all of it. That's where we're going. So let's just give this a bit of a sort of protection, usual thing. Yeah, I mean, looking at this, I'm not impressed by the metal. You know, just thinking about that issue that people mentioned about the softer metal, it's true that the cheaper stuff is made from probably a less robust metal, and it certainly wouldn't be hardened steel or anything like that. So what I don't have direct experience of is living with a Floyd Rose or you know, 2-point tremolo for long enough to be able to say from experience what happens you know, to those faces over the years. And you know, those who do say with confidence that eventually they wear and they stop working properly. So you can't deny people's experience. What is true sometimes is that what people attribute that to can be misplaced. In other words, they can attribute it to something that fits their point of view, a kind of confirmation bias, which is again quite natural and understandable, but it may not be exactly what's going on, but it's what they feel is going on because it sounds right to them. But we're all prone to that, which is why, you know, if I see some evidence to the contrary, I'm always happy to change my mind. So, okay, just to get a sense, first of all, of where this falls, let's just put this in here. Don't need to push it down. I'm just going to put the pivot point is basically there. Obviously there's an adjustment available for you know, in the saddles, but that's the pivot point as on these two things here. Now the pivot point here is going to be along the same line but to the back line of these screw holes here. Now this is a kind of custom one, and it's done in such a way that it allows a bit of movement on different spacings, but as it is, this is going to have one set of spacings, and that's going to be the original ones from scratch. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a little bit in the middle here, so I can just draw the line, continue the line, but we're going to fill these gaps anyway. So let's use this. So we'll kind of just see where this goes. It's slightly to off the centre, a little bit towards the back of the hole, post hole centre line, but I'll just kind of give us a good guide mark. Oops. So that's our pivot line on our bridge, and that's just to be confident. Let's have a look at how far back from the pivot point is in this case the low E saddle, and just compare it to how far back from the pivot point it is on the other one. Of course it's difficult to see, so pivot point, and they are pretty much near the same point. This one still go back a bit to match up. So we can use the same point, and if we used the same centre point, if you like, which would be on this, obviously it can't get to there yet because we've got this bit sticking in the way, but when we do get in there we can use the same pivot point, and then oops, if we just go back to this one for a second, just making sure we get everything as close as we can. And if we just put in the range of the intonation points that we've got here, again a sort of visual one this is, so we're going high E around about there, high E, keep that on the line, and then we go low E there, and then we can just again double check it. We can't see it because we can't get it in a straight line yet, but come on. But roughly speaking, we get high E, low E there, which would be pushed back a little bit. Low E there, and actually high E there. So really, I'm going to do an adjustment here. Let's see if we can get away with it. If we do the adjustment to there, we run out sooner. The closer we are to the back of this cavity, the sooner we'll run out of adjustment, which is not a fantastic idea. So, but if we do keep it on the same pivot point as before, then what we'll end up with is a low E push back to there, which is almost out of room. So this is where you run into problems with mixing and matching these bridges, because if you push this back to give yourself the intonation room, you run out of room in the way that this is routed, because it would need to be a bigger route to accommodate this thicker block. So, but if we say, okay, we'll keep to the original anchor position, or the original pivot position at the front of there, you then are forced to put your low E right back to the block, and there's a risk of it not intonating. So that changes my strategy again, much as I don't like this. So what do? Do I look at beefing up? Now if we do this, we're using a shorter distance on the pivot faces. See, I can see a little bit of scuffing here where this is already worn on there a little bit. That shows that it's not a massively strong metal. In fact, it looks like there's a brass material under there, which is not what you want. Okay, so I guess what it's telling me is if we wanted to convert to this one, we're going to have to actually literally chisel out a deeper slot at the back of here, which is starting to become quite a major operation. Now the question you've got to ask yourself here is, why are we doing all of this to a budget Ibanez? Okay, and in a way we're sort of part way into it now. We've done so much of it with putting these on, doing the stainless steel frets, but the question I'd have is, okay, well, we're into it so far, does it really make a lot of sense to shove a load more money into this, or time really, which is going to be needed to push this back? Let's just see how far back we can go and still have movement room without cutting further back. So if we were to pivot there, let's say, can we get that? Okay, let's say we're close to where the low E is, not far off. Got a bit of room, and what do we get? We get a bit of, we get probably just enough. Fill, re-drill, position, drill, start again. Yeah, this is cheap stuff. Okay, let's do a fill. Let's find some filler wood. Filler wood. Now, I made a whole bunch of plugs, didn't I? Where did they go? Where would they have gone? Where did I put those? I made a set of oak plugs. I used some of them. Where did the others go? Use all of them? No, but if I hadn't, I would have put them in here somewhere. And they aren't in there. Where did the plugs go? Oh, all used up. Okay. I mean, it's got 6 screws, so it doesn't have to be such solid wood. It could be a hardwood dowel rather than something like oak. We've got to find it in here next. Hello, where are you? a bed, it's going to be hard to find the right diameter dowel material. I've got some kicking about somewhere, but I don't know where it is. Okay, let me switch the camera off while I go for a hunt for some dowel. Is this it? Actually, this is it. We could use this. No, it's a little bit too small. Yeah. What was that from? I've got some in here. Right, I'm going to stop and I'll go looking for it. Hold on. And a bit of sawing and drilling and plug making later on. We have got ourselves a couple of better sized plugs to do this job, and they're mahogany. So anyway, so we're gonna commit ourselves to doing this, but I also, once I put these in, I also do have some drilling work or Tremolo work to do in there. Actually, I might be able to do it on a up and downy pillar thing, but the problem is I don't want to be putting this big flat surface on that thing. I'd have to tape the entire surface up to make it resist getting scratched on the pillar drill thing. And it just feels like a big deal. Anyway, yeah, so there's a bit of a smell, nice smell of burning wood in here right now, because I used a plug cutter make these plugs. So here we go. Say goodbye. Made these plugs and then bandsawed them out of the piece of mahogany I was using. Now, there's a little thing I've learned the hard way that we could do. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Ideally, you need a little gap for your glue to expand out through. So what I tend to want to try and do is cut a little, get a little, actually, you know what's going to do it better? This. I'm going to put a tiny little channel down the edge of each of these plugs just to allow the glue to come up, so that we don't end up with a hydraulic kind of vapor lock thing going on down there, which will stop the plug going all the way to the bottom. We do want it to fill. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut the smallest groove. Like that. And then when we tap this in like that, when the time comes, it will squirt out an unwanted glue at the top. Feel it? Yep. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Yep, yep, yep. Okay, so it's nice and snug to begin with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bit of double hitting. There you go, like that. So actually, it hasn't spat out too much in the way of leftovers, so that's fine. Could have done that with, could have done the thinner gauge, thinner diameter dowel, and could have used some resin, but I just realised that I had the plug cutter, and actually that would be a fairly simple way of doing this. Okay, so that's that bit. I can leave that to dry. I'm not in a rush to cut off the top of it. We can chisel this off a little bit later on when the time's right. But what I do need to do now is to get rid of this this little lump all the way. So I'm going to give myself a little line to draw on here. I'm just trying to get a sort of eyeball on it. It's not perfect, but that's what we want. Get rid of that bit there, mostly. Not entirely, but mostly. And actually, if we see the other part, we don't need the bulgy bit we've got there on the other side, but that's fine. So that's our sort of guide reference point there. So for that, we're going to need a few of these here various sanding drums that I use on the Dremel, and to be honest I don't know how long it'll take, so again I'm going to go off camera at this point because it's just going to be noisy and messy. I'm going to take out that little obstruction. Now just you can do a reality check. The reason it's there is because it's made to accommodate this shape here. We're going to remove that because this doesn't have it, and that little lip is interfering with this piece here. Okay, so that's not the best of these to start with. Start with that one. Okay, now I have to go all the way down, so it would make sense to use a pillar drill. The question is there one that will do the job? We'll see. I'll come back. I don't need to have to sit through all this, so I'll come back when this is done. There are lots of folks saying they want to see more Morris. So Morris, come up and see more of you. This is Morris with some clumps missing down around his neck, where he's finally managed to pull off the horrible clumps of hair. Oh my boy, your mane, it's not so bad, it's worse on this side. Let's see if you can see. Look at that. Ooh, hello, Tufty. Anyway, he's doing really well, but he did lose those clumps. I've just dremeled out the shape on the back of this, or all the way through this, to make room for this new tremolo block, and I'm just chiseling off the, what do you call it? The excess material here. Now it's quite difficult to do this without grinding out on the paintwork, but we don't really have much choice in that because we've got to get it down flat. So we can always, do a little extra paint over there. There's a limit to what I can do physically. I can do a little bit with a blade, but even that's going to only get it so far. Yes, so our Morris is in very good shape, and people wanted to see more of him. I'm sure you'll see more of him as the summer or the spring starts, because he'll be out and about far more, as I will. So yes, had to cut a couple of bits of that matted fur off, and of course he didn't like staying for it, and there was really only one bit I was successful in cutting off, and it was a very big clump, and it was a sort of, it's like a come out knotted bit, like a like a handbag handle, so I could hold on to it, put my finger in it, and then he couldn't move, and I had to cut it then. But we're still getting loads of bits, aren't we? But he's a lot more comfortable because he hasn't got it. When it gets tangled, it starts to tighten up, and you were not too happy with it, were you? So although he looks like he's been in the wars, he's a lot more comfortable for it. That's the downside of being so damnably beautiful. Of course, I remember having hair as long as his and being so infuriatingly handsome. So I'm just scraping or scissoring, slicing, blading this mahogany back to flush with the surface, and then I'm going to just a little clean, and I'm going to paint a little bit on top just to cover it up, and then once that's dry I will be then in a position to restring the bridge with the two outer strings to begin with, and I'm going to use that to line the bridge exactly where I want it. Hang on a sec, chum. You're just demonstrative in your needs, aren't you? About your needs. Yeah, so then I'm going to paint that black a bit, and then it won't be pretty, but it'll just keep it from glaring, and then we'll line up the bridge and mark the 6 centres of the 6 holes. And what I might do while I'm doing the paint, I might just do this little chippy bit on the edge here that came up when we took the neck off the first time. But I just want to get this flat. If you can just allow me to, Morris, just let me get, without chopping my own finger off, which is what I usually do when I'm working with the blade, as you've probably seen many times on video. Okay, it's not going to be perfect because I don't want to sort of pursue flush perfection and end up cutting into the surrounding lacquer. But you know, there's a kind of limit. There are limits to what we could do. I'm not going to, obviously I don't want to sand it to get it perfectly smooth. I just want it to be functionally flat. Quite a good description. So, in the meantime, during the meanwhilest, any Monty Python fans will recognise that. Or is it? Yeah, it is Monty Python. I'm going to undo our neck once more. Just put it there so it don't fall off. And I'm going to do a little bit of paint now and then put this off to one side. Maybe even till tomorrow, not to rush it. I just want to get this right. So you can see these come out quite nicely with the, what do you call it, hex spanner. And they all fall out like that. There you come. Ta-da. Put that off to one side for a minute. So there's still quite a bit of work to do. This baby is proving to be quite some degree of I don't know what the word is. Quite a task. Still, right. So we need to get some black. And black is hiding somewhere over here. Funny enough, we're sort of starting to run short of hand applied black, so note to self, must buy some more. Now this is nitrocellulose paint. It'll work perfectly well for this job, and it is only cosmetic. I just want to basically paint the wood to conceal the mahogany colour, and I'm going to I don't want it to be too thick because I don't want this sort of riding up. Now the screws are going to sit slightly out of this anyway, so that it's never, the tremolo is never going to sit totally flat on the floor on the deck here. So the fact that this wood plus the paint has a slight, you know, stands slightly proud, sits slightly proud, isn't too big a deal. I'm not going to say too big of a deal because I refuse to speak in that strange language. It's too big of a deal. It's not too big of a deal. I hate that. It doesn't make sense. I could care less if it made sense. No, that doesn't make sense either. Okay, now I'm going to get a cocktail stick and just fill it into the little holes. Now down here we have just a tiny little bit of chipping Sodbury, and it's never going to look massively pretty. But we could either paint it in with, paint it with a bit of you know, marker pen. That's one way of disguising it, or I'm just doing a little bit of paint on the edge here which I can sort of pull back over the edge so it doesn't build up too much, and then if it thickens any there, we can just sand that back, which is fine. Isn't that crazy? Poor old Stacy Dooley being accused of white saviorism or something. She's great, ass Stacy. I've left my close-up glasses elsewhere. Yeah, what a weird old world. She's doing such, you know, kind things, helping other people, and then somebody kind of, I don't know, makes a big race issue out of it. It just seems really strange. And to have a sort of backlash where all the people who give to comic relief, sorry, this is a very UK-centric thing, to end up with a backlash where all the people who normally give to the comic relief charity, where the money from which goes to often to African aid, in different kinds of African aid, to end up with people going, okay, then I won't be a white saviour. I'm not going to give my money to comic relief to help Africa because I don't want to be a white saviour, whatever happens. For that to be the outcome seems really counterproductive, and it's not what most of the people, decent people that I've ever met who like to give to charities, you know, ever intended to be feeling like some sort of colonial saviour. I didn't even use the word white, but yeah, so, you know, white saviour. Now, does that mean, am I aware that for some people the image of a pretty white TV star holding a black baby and you know, help in the sort of potentially looking like they're playing the role of a saviour of some kind, am I aware that that could be, that could kind of, I don't know what the word would be, press some buttons for people? Yeah, I understand that. But I think, rather than, I wish what I wish is that David Lammy, instead of lashing out as he did, and kind of saying, almost saying the first thing that came to his mind about it, and rather than doing that, I wish he'd kind of done some work on himself to ask himself the question, wow, why is this pressing my buttons so much? Because that's a good question to ask, and all you know, the only thing you get out of that is a bit of self-awareness. Just seems a bit mad that he didn't do that. Instead, he kind of shot his mouth off in his role as a politician, and you know, without questioning his own agenda or his motives, or his own awareness of it. That's what I'm getting at, you know. And it's like, you know, a good rule of thumb is, if something comes along and makes you feel a strong reaction, then it really it's a good idea to take some time to ask yourself why, and take a look at your reaction to it, instead of just kind of firing off. This is too thick, this paint. That's the slight problem here. I'm not really going to redo that. It's too thick. Yeah, instead of just you know, instead of just firing off and causing a massive unholy row, I just think he could have really benefited from a bit of self-examination, a bit of awareness, self-awareness maybe could be the word. I don't know, just seems it would have been a, you know, you can almost imagine what he might have said. He might have said, you know, as a black man, you know, I recognise that this made me feel, you know, I know she's doing stuff to help people, and it's with it, you know, her intention is X, Y, and Z, but it left me feeling a little bit this, that, and the other. Well, that would have been a great way to kick off a conversation about this issue of the image of, you know, the white saviour, or, you know, or questions about, you know, how long have even white people revelled in the role of saviour of the Africans, etc., etc. I mean, that's a valid cultural discussion. Why not? But I don't think he went about it a very good way. He's just sort of, well, if nothing else, he's ended up getting a whole load of otherwise generous people saying, right, screw you then, I'm not sending any more. I think I am a sucker. You hate what I'm doing. Well, I won't do it anymore. I don't know. Like I say, it'd be great to have people do this with a little bit of awareness. That's what's missing. Awareness. Still. Let's see if I can do what I was trying to do in the first place. Down the old, no, too thin. Give me a more capable thing of carrying paint. It's a slightly diluted paint now, so I'm just letting it go into the side of it. You know what, I ain't going to really get very far into that. I think I just should settle for a bit of coverage and call it quits. Same with here, a little bit of coverage. That's all I want. Let that dry a bit and we'll come back and put a bit more on top of that. Yeah, poor old R. Stacy. All the things we've got to worry about here in the UK. Oh crap. That didn't help much. Yeah, while actually what's really going on is that we've got people stabbing each other to death. 17-year-old kid, two 17-year-old kids over the weekend stabbed to death. One in London, one in Manchester. It is an epidemic, it seems. You never know, it could be one of those things where as soon as the media looks at it, we see everywhere we look, we see it. You know, and in some of those cases what you find is that it actually isn't statistically any more or less than it ever was. You just suddenly see more of it because you're looking. That's quite possible, but it's pretty worrying. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this under here for a minute. Now I'm pretty certain that I've cut this away enough to work with this here block. And when we get that in there, it's quite a lot of room we can use. So I'm not going to put that in yet. That's going to wait until this blue paint is dried. And this thin stuff is dried very quickly, so I'll block a bit more on. So the only other thing I could do in the meantime is to just have a look at that little tiny ding on the fretboard. See what's the best way of ridding myself of that. And it's down on this edge here. Where is it? It's there. The tiniest of marks. It's so bloody annoying. I'm just now looking also at the nut, just making sure we've got. This was pinging just a little bit too much, so I'm going to just double check this if I can find the right thing. Just make sure all of these are just slightly widened out so they're not grabbing the string. That's the main thing. Interesting, this, if you remember, I used the Fosco files on this, and then since I posted about them, a number of people have commented saying in their experience of having used them, the Fosco files left slots that are too big, and funny enough in my experience it's the opposite, so I'm finding they're actually too small. This is such a tiny little mark. I don't think I want to take any more off this. I think I'm going to leave this as is. It's something that will over a little time it will wear itself just smooth. It's the tiniest little tiniest little nick, and I don't want to have to work any more on that fret. I think what I'll do is I'll kind of make a small reduction of the price for Mark in respect of that. We'll just leave it rather than take more off the frets. Okay, so that needs to leave the paint to dry there, and when that's done, I'll put the neck back on. I will mark up where the bridge should sit, and then I'll fit the bridge with its 6. I'll drill pilot holes and fit the new screws which we've got here already, and then I'll put on the new claw as well, which may be just happen to be a bit stiffer than the original one, which would be good too, although I can't see it making that much of a difference. So that's really all I've got to do, and I'll probably do that later on tonight when the paint's dry. So I will see you a bit later and we'll come back then. Okay, things, let's get rid of this so it doesn't, not even charging. What's a waste of time? Stupid cables. Now it's charging maybe? Yeah, possibly. Anyway, I'm just about to drill the holes for this thing, and they need to be of a size that works with these. but they don't want to be too close to the right size. Otherwise, what you get is they're going to be too weak, because this is actually quite soft wood. So this is a 3mm thing, and the actual thread of this is 4, I think. No, 3.5. Okay, that's half a mil's difference. I'd rather 2.5. I'd rather have a bit more bite. So let's find these. These are 2.5. So since I last saw you, what was I doing? I re-leveled the frets. I didn't want to give this back with even the slightest little thing, whatever the word would be, tiniest little ding. So I thought, bugger it, excuse my language, and I thought I'm going to level this, so I did another level to get rid of any problems. So now it's perfect. That's how it should be. I'm just going to give myself a little guide to see how much I want to drill down into these, and then so this is just the pilot hole. I've made little marks already. Just picked up some glue at the bottom of that. There we go. I'll take that out and put it back in its little place. Okay. So we now have 6 holes, the standard tremolo, 6 screw tremolo. And I've positioned those by using this thingy here to mark the position. So I'm going to get my 6 tremolo screws. This is 6 trems and 2. We're going to get 5. Where's the other one? It's hiding here. 2 claws, 2 for the claw and tooth for the claw. No, you know what I mean. 2 bigger screws for the tremolo claw and 6 for the actual bridge itself. Let's check these for fit. Okay, let's put one in here. So what I'll do, just to begin with, I'll just move that to one side. Take this off the thingy. I'll put this on 4. Put it back in. Good. Yeah, so now we've got freshly gone for the whole sanding, polishing, leveling, sanding, polishing thing again off camera, because basically too boring to do on camera. I've already done it. So I'm hoping that the position of this bridge now means we've got enough room to do some up bending, but we don't have too much room, because quite frankly it's we'd have to extend the whole of the route at the back, which I don't want to have to do. So I'm hoping we're balancing between the intonation room that we've got spare and the amount we need to go back, which isn't that much to get a bit of upward bend. Okay. So we're going to need to clean everything off again. It's really, this stuff sticks rather well, too well. Protects, it sticks. It's supposed to be the low tack stuff, and sometimes you're never quite sure if it is or not. You can see it's going to take a bit of cleaning off as well. That's okay for now. I just want to get the thing working in principle, and then I can take care of it, tidy up later. Amazing how quickly it sticks, even to the pots. Holy me, that's a really annoying amount of stick. You can see that's going to be a lot of cleaning to do a bit later. I mean, you can do it with your fingertip, it'll come off if you push it, but I'd rather use some what the word is, some solvent, that's the word. Okay, so this, really what I want to do is slack this off a bit now. I want to give this room to attach this without putting any pressure on the screws as they go in. Chrome, dazzling. Okay, good alignment, that's good. Okay, I'll work those in and out a bit further just to get them nice and securely in. That all looks good. A bit of movement possible still, but we won't get that until that's firmly down. We can do that with the handheld driver. What we can do while we're here, go on this side. Let's take out the old claw screws and the old claw, and let's put the new ones in, only because the new claw itself should be a bit stiffer. When you come to, if you come to take the neck off, put it back on, you do have to do a bit of fiddly work with these top two. Something about the lead-in thread on the threaded inserts. Kind of nothing I can do about it, it's just the way they're made, or they were made. So you have to do a little bit of loose moving around until they go in smoothly. The danger is otherwise they can go in and jam in. So you need to practice getting them going in smoothly. It's worth. Right, we've got two different sized holes here, and this is in the centre. It's near enough. Yes, damn it! But is the hole in the right place? Nope. Okay, and this gets a bit tricky now because we've got a mark, a place to drill the hole, and then we've got to drill it down at a 45-degree angle. Thank you. And there's the mark. That's good. We'll use the same one again. 2.5. Actually, it's probably better to use 3 on this one. It's going to go in quite a long way, so I'm going to put it right on the edge of the drill because I've got to get it in at an angle, which isn't going to be easy. To re-solder the ground as well at some point. There we go. Come on. Rattle forward, you. Okay, some springs, and we'll go 2 and out or something like that. See what that pull is like to begin with. 2 and out to the very edge. Okay. Okay, so it's pulling down at the moment, which is fine, and we'll pull down at the front on both of these. Let's have a feel how this is. So we'll get the tremolo arm in there. So we're going to want to take this in a bit more. So the idea of these trims is they go in until just to the point they're going to start pulling the front plate down, which is about there. And the same on this end. And then the others can go in to the same sort of position as those. In fact, they can actually sit a little higher, technically speaking. And this one is. This feels like it needs to be drilled out just a little bit more. Put some tension on these strings. Okay, I really ought to change that one over because that's not really the correct string. So if I'm going to set this up I need to just stretch these out a minute and change them. This is the B, technically. I was cheating because it hadn't got a coiled up end and I didn't want to have to go and find me a bit of shrink wrap tubing to get it through the bridge, but I'm going to have to this time, for the E anyway. So I'm just really just want to get a sense of how well this all hangs together and moves. Okay, in you go. It's a lot of work for a budget Ibanez, I have to say. Okay, let's get that on there. Let's get this going. Okay, so it's the hole on this is just slightly different from the other one. It's kind of what you'd expect. They don't match perfectly, but this is sitting there quite nicely. Now, I do need to go and get a bit of shrink wrap bubble. No, what's it called? Shrink tubing. Ah, I hate trying to do this. It's always going to catch. Doesn't make for very good telly, I'm afraid, but that's what you have to go through to reuse strings. Come on. My mistake, I should never have pulled tight on that. I should have learned. I should have listened to my old man. Stay over there, out of the way. Stay over there, out of the way. You stay out of the way. Right, I'm going to need 2 bits of shrink wrap to achieve this. And that one is not going to go through. It's as simple as that. 2 bits of shrink wrap, please. Calling 2 pieces of shrink tubing. First one, the E. Come on. Right. Okay. So I only really need 1 piece, but we got the NDA. That's another reason why I hate working with old strings, because they end up stabbing you. Whatever happens, they'll stab you. So this is the G, and this is also a little bit coiled up. So you have to go some way to undoing it. Get it through so you can reuse it, otherwise it's a new set of strings, which I have got some spares that Simon sent me, but I'd much prefer to keep them for such times as I might even need a whole set rather than waste a set for this. But these are kind of useful ways of doing it. Come on, through. Thank you. Great. Stuff out of the way. move out the way for a minute while I just attach these strings. Thank you. We're going to obviously put new strings on this again, and I'm afraid that's added to the cost of it on top of everything else, but really we're just aiming to get a test now to make sure this bridge works before we take everything off again and clean everything up. Nice big solid steel block that comes with these Wilkinson bridges, which really does help somewhat. Okay, this is the A string. D. Okay, we should be able to get all these up to tension. Let's see what we've got. Okay, now currently the action is set really low. Yeah, action's probably set low because it's a brand new bridge, and this is hitting the pickups, so the action is really low. So we need to lift that up for starters. Something like this should do. Yep. Okay, well this is currently, so the spring tension at the moment is currently holding this flat, and it's going to do that until such times as we either slack it off or we decide to put it in floating mode. So really what I care about first is a general test. So I'm just going to get this to an approximation of where it needs to be to just play. Eyeballing this at the moment. Okay, so this is now just roughly crudely put back on, and I'm really interested in how the tremolo arm will work. So I just need to know whether it will move cleanly inside here. So at the moment it's pulling back up. So what we're going to do is we're going to, well, we could just test it right now. That's probably the simplest way to do it. Not under full tension. Much better tremolo. Much better tremolo. Just that six screw version, in my experience, is just so much better than the. Oh my! Please buy some new batteries, Sam. So much better than the 2.1. We're just going to let it land wherever it lands. This isn't precisely set as far as the floating trem is concerned, but I've got the strings around the wrong way here. Damn it. I've got the B where the G should be, but never mind. I think, have I? Yeah, probably have. Not crucial really. And that's still too low, but we've got a straight neck at the moment. So the first thing is, this works and the springs don't fall off. Okay, that's just, bottom line is I'm happy with that. So I'm going to pause that for a minute, clear up, and then we're going to go and switch to a new set of strings, and we'll do that properly, and we'll set a nice floating action, but this is immediately more workable than the original bridge. Just checking the action here is good still. Yep, that's fine. Took some off the bridge, off the nut as well, just tidied it up so it's cleaned out the slots quite a bit, no pings on it. Okay, happy with that. So I'll go off, clean up, and I guess we'll kind of call it pretty much done. I just wanted to show you this extra bit of fitting a new bridge. This has, by the way, got a grub screw that we can tighten this up so it doesn't just drop out all the time. There you go, you know, a simpler arrangement. It's actually yeah, pretty free moving in there, and actually you have to go quite a long way back to get this to ground out on the back of the thing, so we got the position quite right, which is good. A little tiny bit of work to do still at that end, but it's going to be fine, just a small thing. Alright, good, that's it for now.